So heads up, plan accordingly. But then tomorrow at this time, the skies open up. It'll be 40, mid 40s by noon tomorrow, and it'll all be blown over. So just your morning commute. Hey, Dawn Stensland here. What a morning. I was venting to Dan Borowski, the great executive producer Dan Borowski. Does this ever happen to you where you say stuff to your coworkers and then you're like, they repeat it back to you, or somebody else says it and they go, oh, that was brilliant. And you're like, I said that at 6:00 this morning. So I'm glad that you hear me.
What'd you say?
See, I have like everybody hopes for a superpower. What's your superpower? That I would always love to fly, but the superpower of invisibility. I don't know. Maybe it's a mom thing. We become invisible women. I don't know. I'm just riffing here, Dan. All right, I'm venting. Hey, for all you Trumpaholics, Amy, I love what you said. Voice of reason, Amy, who called in within the past hour. So for all you Trumpaholics, baby, you are gonna guzzle. I've got some good drinks for you because we have Trump. We got so much, and I'm a Trumpaholic too. I admit it. My poor husband. Yesterday, I'm like now I put this huge big screen TV in the kitchen, so that's my addition to the kitchen magic, if you will. Because now I got like in the kitchen, TVs are on everywhere, and there's Trump news breaking. I have every channel on. So what's going on locally? I'll just warn you because tomorrow, tick tock, we have the deadline, February 6th. So for all federal employees, we have more than 20,000 federal employees who have said they're going to take the deal. And I think Democrats are panicking over this because federal employees are doing exactly what Elon Musk thought they would do and what Trump thought they would do. That this is a way to shrink the government, if you will, and make people happy. It's a really good deal. And so they had announced the program 1 week ago today, in which federal workers are presented with the opportunity to resign with 8 months full pay and some benefits included, all of that. Well, now New Jersey Attorney General Matt Platkin, and 11 other Democrat state attorneys general, not for us because we have Dave Sunday, and Sundays are always better with Dave Sunday. So he's our Republican, newly elected, and newly, you voted him in for Pennsylvania. So the wise Dave Sunday did not go along with this, but other Democrats across the country did, including New Jersey. So what they're now saying is we want to urge caution. They want to urge you to have caution. Really? And so they're also saying that layoffs of federal workers are, quote, likely if too few people take the offer. That was from, I think I told you that yesterday with the Washington Post reporting that yesterday. There are emails going out. I suspect that these federal workers, more of them are going to jump on. And because 8 months, would you take that deal? 855-839-1210. If you were offered your full pay at eight months. Now, on the other piece of this, let's say you're one of the high performers in your office and you're one of the best. Then maybe you take this because you know that you can get a good job in the private sector. So do we lose some talent? Maybe. But I also will say that, and this has been talked about for many years, especially with, many CEOs over the years, that they've talked about the fact that you actually, when you have a layoff of, let's say, 7 to 10% of a workforce, you, at the end of the day, force people to reinvent themselves. And if you've ever done that, and I'm like a cat. I've reinvented myself so many times. But if you've ever done that, you know that it's healthy. It's healthy for our economy and it's healthy for people. So I don't think it's a bad idea because if enough people go for this, it's voluntary. And then they feel good about it and they get 8 months to find a new job or not or whatever. And so it's something that they have control over. Also, Delaware Attorney General Kathleen Jennings, she's among the 11 attorneys general to join in. And so Pennsylvania attorney, as I said, the AG here, Dave Sunday, a Republican, he's not saying too much about it. But basically they have until tomorrow evening. That's when they have the choice to take this. So, and today we also heard of the past 24 hours, the CIA now joining in this as well.
So would you take it?
Of course. Yeah, I would.
Yeah.
I would.
Yeah.
8 months.
8 months. Would you take the whole time off?
And this is, let's imitate Greg Stocker. Dawn, you fill 6 hours of every day. Come on, you're killing me. Because I'm just teasing around. But would you take it?
Probably, yeah.
8 months of full pay.
Full pay.
Still
look
get
for
your
a new
benefits.
Gig. Yeah.
And then, you get to have time with the fam. I also think the timing of it, because think about when this is hitting right around spring into summer. It's kind of a nice time of year.
It's true.
So, I think more people, 22,000 and counting. I think that's the latest count. Maybe going on 20. Yeah, it's 22 and some change. So, probably by lunchtime when the Dom show starts, we'll be up to 23,000. I think it goes up throughout the day. So I think they'll get what they want, and Democrats, they don't necessarily want that. But they spelled out the deal for people. So 855-839-1210 if you want to comment on that.
We got Bob who's wondering a question for you. Don't
Hey,
know if you know
Bob.
the answer, though.
Good morning, Dawn. I just have one question. Does that include the post office? Did they give them federal? Did they count
Nope.
as federal workers? No.
Nope.
What
No.
a shame.
Yeah.
I'm ready to go.
Sorry, Bob. No, you know why? Because I love my postman. I do. If you got a postman, postwoman, we love our postal workers, and I think that's one group in the federal government that they actually do a really good job. And we
try.
I'm serious though. Do you have the dog snack? Like my guy, he has little dog snacks. The dog loves him.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So see, that's your problem. Is you're too efficient in your job, and we love you. You know what I mean? You're part of the routine.
Thank you so much. I love you guys. Listen to you all the time.
Thanks, Bob.
You have a good day.
You have a great one. Yeah, they've said some critical workers are not involved with this, national security, that sort of thing. They don't get it. Obviously, the air traffic controllers, they don't get it. But now CIA, they're getting a similar deal. We're hearing that in the headlines.
Got Charlie as well.
Charlie?
Yep.
Charlie. Hey, Charlie.
I don't understand. They have these mini purges in the state and federal government, whatever city it's happened. What were these people doing that they could just dismiss them and get rid of them? Were they doing nothing? I mean, it's like, is there just a hole there that doesn't have to be filled? I don't understand it. How can you just dismiss thousands of people and say everything's the same? Well, what were they doing?
Yeah,
what are you doing? Just counting coins there, sitting there at their desk?
They're not even, Charlie. They're not even at their desks.
No, they're at home. 6% of people don't even. It's just mind-boggling.
Yeah.
Who wouldn't vote? I was wondering the other day, who the heck would vote Democrat? What they've done to this country? Well, it's simple. If somebody's paying me to stay home, I'll vote Democrat too. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I guess it's just the whole system's just unbelievable.
You're a sellout,
you know what I mean?
Charlie. You're a sellout.
But federal workers, it's February 6th. Now, remember, part of this is federal workers, you have to come back to work in person. So it depends on where you are. We have many federal thousands here. And I've been talking about this throughout. That's why states' attorneys general are getting involved. What does it mean for federal workers across Pennsylvania or New Jersey? Every state's, they have federal workers, obviously. But we learned that, what was it, Dan? 94% of federal workers in D.C., which is a huge majority of federal workers, 94% have been Zooming it in. This is 2025. So they've been Zooming
so you can
it
work in your underwear.
Yeah. Ew.
Who's going to give up a job where they can work in their underwear?
Well, that's just it. So they're saying that they have to either by tomorrow, by the end of tomorrow, February 6th, you have to decide, are you going to stay with your job? If you don't take the buyout, you have to come back in person. Now, federal workers have filed a at least one lawsuit. There are all these lawsuits across this country as they're trying to fight this. But remember, at a local level, even Sherelle Parker, remember, she came back in and she said, what? We have all these thousands of city workers who were just Zooming it in. And I don't think she offered a buyout, but she just said, get your butt back to work. And she won that. They fought it in the courts. So there are many precedents at the federal level, at the state level. I don't think that they're going to win that, but they are trying to take some legal action. 22,500 and some have already accepted the buyout. And so I feel that it's disingenuous for the media, as well as some of these 11 attorneys general who are all Democrats, to put in the headlines, oh, beware. Beware of what? It's a contract in writing, and it's subject to the law. And so they can't, whatever's in that writing, this is a contract. It's a legal and binding contract. So to me, I think scare tactics and the media then being complicit in that is wrong in my humble opinion.
Dawn, I actually got a text. I love how this show works, and we make friends through the time and text message. And a friend of ours, Ben Manis, actually put out a piece on this and has some answers for you if you'd like. So I'm going to welcome in Ben. Ben Manis,
hey, Ben.
real quick.
Hey, Dawn, how you doing?
Good? Oh, no. We got a bad connection.
Oh, Ben, you there?
Promote my latest piece. Yeah, can you hear me?
Got you now.
Got you now.
Hello. Okay, great. Yeah, normally I'd wait till you had to promote my latest piece, but I do have answers regarding these voluntary buyouts or layoffs in the federal and what should be the state and local government. When they brought Elon Musk in for Doge, they brought in a business leader who subscribes in Six Sigma leadership, right? So that means people do more than one thing. They're matrix. They're a jack of all trades in their office. And the problem with the federal government is you get hired for one thing and one thing only, regardless if it even matters anymore. So, if you're an expert at typing and we have computers now, why do you still have a role and why are they still backfilling that role? And I mean, the city of Philadelphia is famous for that. There's 5-6 people doing the work of one person who's computer literate, but they're patronage roles. So they keep hiring them so that they can get votes, right? But that's ending. And, you look at the CIA. The CIA at the end of the Clinton administration started downsizing and attritioning out spies, actual human intelligence people who were out there collecting sources in the field, and started filling the roles of analysts who knew how to look at one thing. Well, that's just not really efficient. So they're giving these people buyouts so that they can afford to ramp up the actual spy force again, and so forth and so on.
Yeah, and part of it is, and I saw some of the headlines this morning, oh, well, if you take the buyout and you accept this and get 8 months pay at your full salary and all your benefits and all of that, you have to sign off that you won't sue them. Well, I got news for you. That's standard, right? If you take a check from your employer and they're buying you out, usually you sign some paperwork. And so you're making an agreement, whether it's an NDA or whether it's the contract to exit. And so this is a piece of it that they're making this sound like, oh, this is very unusual. This is sneaky. No, it's really standard in the industry. And Ben Manis knows. I mean, I think, Ben, it's really disingenuous when we see those kinds of headlines because people in the media know this. People in the private sector know this. Of course, if you take a buyout of any sort, then you're going to sign some kind of an agreement that you're not going to go back and sue somebody. That's part of it, right?
Even a buyout. If you're just laid off, that you have. So this is the difference. The federal government, for the first time in United States history, is applying best practices from industry. People who actually, like that great Dan Aykroyd line from Ghostbusters, places where they expect results and not just, give your money away, right? And it's shocking a lot of people in D.C. where they literally had never had to worry about P&L, profit and loss. And now, well, guess what? You have to worry about profit and loss because there are upwards of 1 million jobs, if you look at just federal, state, and local government, that are no longer valid. And these things have consequences. Detroit, Michigan was the first big city to file for bankruptcy. And everyone said, well, it's because the auto industry left. The auto industry left 20 years before. What had happened was the city of Detroit, Kwame Kilpatrick, who went to jail, the mayor, was still hiring patronage roles, people to sweep streets where no one lived on anymore. So why are you getting hired to sweep a street no one lives on anymore? Because they want that vote. And so we have to stop, catering to patronage and corruption, which, by the way, cheap plug, is the subject of my latest article at Broad and Liberty.
Nice.
Because when you look at these congressional investigations or Larry Krasner suing Elon Musk, these are political stunts that you, the taxpayer, are paying for. And we should stop being in the habit of paying for things that we didn't authorize. We're
Amen,
their boss,
brother.
folks.
Amen, brother. By the way, Ben, I know that you went to Italy. What was that, a year or two? You love Italy like I do. Girlfriend of mine going on our Italy trip, Anne Marie, had said she realized that her passport expires in less than 6 months. Thank God she caught it, because they told her at the passport office, you might have been stuck in Italy. And I said, oh my gosh.
Is that
maybe,
a bad thing?
Right. Is that a bad thing? But she said, you better give everybody a heads up. And Ben, you know this, right? You got to make sure, look at that passport.
Yeah, I mean, if you get stuck, so they have an emergency procedure. It's not cheap, but they have an expedited process. I know people who, they had like deaths in the family overseas, so they had to get a passport within a few weeks. And you can, but it's really not cheap or easy, and you have to physically appear at the passport office at the State Department. And that's, obviously if you live in a rural community, you can't do it. But, yeah, I mean, look, it's the same thing as, when I was a cop. People, I don't have ID or my ID's expired. It's your responsibility to know where you're at in society.
Yeah.
Keep up with your documents, re-register your car, inspect your car, check your passport if you have one. If you're not, things happen.
Yep. And think about what you're saying. In other parts of the world, they have zero tolerance for this. In America, it's like, oh, you don't have an ID? Well, that's your right. So it's a great point. Although Cinque Terre would not.
There's a trade-off. There's a tie-in to government efficiency here. One of the reasons they're a lot more strict with passports in, like, the EU, for example, is because they don't rely on a manned checkpoint. There's a turnstile system when you enter European countries that you scan your passport into, right? It's all digital. So, you could go into Italy or the UK and walk straight through a turnstile. It takes about 5 minutes to land in a country, versus here, where last time I landed from Naples in Newark Airport, it was a 2-hour wait because, of course, in the Biden administration, they only had 2 customs inspectors working at the most, one of the biggest international hubs in the world, right? So, yeah, instead of having some guy sitting there looking at your document, they actually digitized it in a lot of other parts of the world.
Ben Manis, you're the best, my friend, our friend, and Broad and Liberty is the spot. Thanks, Ben.
Thank you very much.
Yes, absolutely.
Sorry about that, Ben.
No, I wouldn't mind getting stuck in Cinque Terre, Can you imagine that call? Greg Stocker. Greg, you won't believe it. Yeah, that's it. My passport, it expired, and I'm over here.
I'm stuck.
In Cinque Terre. Wouldn't that be
no.
nice? I'm stuck, guys.
I'm being surrounded by red wine and great food.
Anne-Marie and I will be stuck there. We'll be like, yeah, we'll see you in May, maybe June.
The cannolis are coming for me.
That sounds like a lot of fun, quite frankly. No, I can't wait for Italy in early April. And I can't wait. Thank you for setting up, because I am obsessed now. I've been looking at podcasts and all the court records with a local case. It started out in 2011. I've been talking a lot about this as my background being, a so-called hard news reporter and covering, murders, crimes in Philadelphia and across the country. And this is a murder mystery at this point. So we're going to talk to the attorney for the family of a local family. They all now live in Florida, but some local parents who've been put through literal hell by our system here in Pennsylvania, specifically in Philadelphia. We're going to hear from the attorney, but who killed a beautiful young teacher named Ellie? And why aren't we talking about this more in the headlines as far as, well, who is the real killer? There were bombshells, really, in this case this week. We're going to talk about all of it. Thanks for being here. 855-839-1210. Be right back.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
Some things in life are meant for each other, like salt and pepper, bacon and mushrooms, or you and the all-new Wendy's Mushroom Bacon Cheeseburger. Now, you're probably thinking, wait a minute, does bacon go with mushrooms? And the answer is, they do now. So if you want crispy, crunchy, cheesy, juicy, shroomy, and garlic spready, then you and the Mushroom Bacon Cheeseburger are meant to be. For mushroomy, bacony goodness, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's.
Taxes was not knowing your full financial picture. Now Taxes is getting and maximizing your refund all in one place. Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get you the most money back, guaranteed. Then you can do more with all that money, all in Credit Karma. Now this is Taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. Get started today. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
We're here to tell you about the exciting things going on at Lexus of Cherry Hill. The L-certified winter collection sales event is going on now. New year, new ride. Receive special finance rates on L-certified Lexus models now through March 3rd. Over 300 new and pre-owned vehicles to choose from. Lexus of Cherry Hill is family and veteran owned and operated, and a 7-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence recipient for the customer sales experience. Visit LexusofCherryHill.com.
For J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
After suffering an injury, you may face many hard questions. What will tomorrow bring? Which firm should I choose to represent me and my family? At Morgan & Morgan, we will hold your hand every step of the way. From our one-click sign-up, mobile apps, and 24/7 availability, we make it easy to get your case started right from the comfort of your couch. All firms are not the same. Injured? The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
When you give someone jewelry, you're showing them how special they are to you. When you give them a gift from Cozy Jewelers, you are showing them how smart and special you are. Cozy Jewelers manufacture, handpick, and handmake 90% of their jewelry, and that is why Cozy stands out from your average jewelry store. When you need that unique piece of jewelry that makes any important occasion memorable, then Cozy Jewelers is where you need to shop. Cozy Jewelers, Newtown Square, or CozyJewelers.com.
College sports hold a mythic place in American culture, but sometimes the drama off the court overshadows the action on it.
The higher-ups are concerned about one thing, and that is avoiding scandal.
I'm Margot Gray. On the new podcast, Campus Files, we cover everything, including some of the biggest scandals in college sports. Listen to and follow Campus Files, an Odyssey original podcast, available now on the free Odyssey app and wherever you get your podcasts.
Homeowners, improve your family's comfort with a Bradford White water heater and enjoy all the hot water your household needs, all day, every day. With Bradford White, you get more than just a water heater. You get our commitment to quality and reliability that you can trust. How you heat your water matters, so don't compromise when it comes to your home or your hot water. Bradford White water heaters are built to be the best because your home deserves it. Visit BradfordWhite.com to learn more and find an installation pro near you.
Hey, Percy, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Remember to take us anywhere with the free Odyssey app.
The news cycle is moving at a breathtaking, I'm serious, it takes my breath away, and that takes a lot for me to say as somebody who has, lived through many administrations, covered news since my entire adult life. And so I just want you to think about what's going on. And we'll get to President Trump's news conferences, plural, yesterday, but especially the last one last night, which was historic. and something that they'll be talking about this 100 years from now. And I think history will be very kind to and remember Trump very well, as opposed to the media of the day. I think the media will be seen as a menace 100 years from now. That's my prediction, because what's happening here is incredible. And President Donald J. Trump will be remembered as the greatest American president. And think about also that he's throwing money into the big bash that'll be in our nation and here in Philadelphia, 250 years. And you think about what was happening I go back to the Revolution, Ben Franklin. What did Ben Franklin? He was what? An inventor? So think about all the patriots. I love talking about this. Think about Elon Musk, inventor, brilliant guy, technology. Think about this. But what else did Ben Franklin do? He realized that if you controlled the message, the narrative, and he was the father of fake news. So anybody who thinks that Trump made that up, Trump loves to look back at history. Okay, so we'll talk about all of this. Just updating you on what's going on. I talked about the lawsuits happening with the AFL-CIO, federal workers. They're pushing back on what's happening. They won't win. We also have 10,000 global employees of the U.S. Agency for International Development, USAID, that we've talked a lot about. They're on administrative leave, and it looks like by the end of Friday today, it's over. You're done. We've shown you and talked about the fact that they're locked out of work. This is just a do-nothing, bloated, bureaucratic, part of the money machine, really patronage jobs, and we don't need it. Can we rebuild? That's the other piece of this. We could rebuild. Other headlines real quick here. I have to stay at a time because President Trump this morning congratulating Pam Bondi this morning after the Senate, of course, voted to confirm her as Attorney General. And then think about two controversial nominees. We call them controversial because that's what the media says. But Tulsi Gabbard, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., they really surpassed some big hurdles as they move through as Trump nominees. And then the Gaza, quote-unquote, takeover, we'll get into all of that moving forward. This is the Dawn Stenslin Show. Great guest just ahead. Who really murdered Ellie? Who murdered her? We'll talk to the attorney who should really take a victory lap representing grieving parents who were able to get some justice, but we need more justice, don't we? Let's talk about my friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles. They're featuring the very latest luxury vehicles from today's top brands. I'm talking about Mercedes-Benz, Jaguar, Land Rover, BMW, Porsche, Alfa Romeo, Maserati, and more. These models with such sleek new designs and innovative features powered by the very latest in technology. And right now, Piazza, they have thousands of new and certified pre-owned vehicles, and they're available for you across their Pennsylvania, Delaware, and New Jersey dealerships. Piazza Premium Automobiles always stands out. Visit PiazzaPremiumAutos.com, Piazza, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
My name is Dave Jansen. This is my wife, Patricia. We've started with Crash Proof in 2024.
It's hard to know what would make the stock market fall in the future, but it's nice to know that we're protected against all those dips that would happen in the marketplace.
With the Crash Proof retirement system this year, we earned 17% on our account. That money is ours. The interest is put in as it's earned. We know that our money is safe and it will continue to grow with the market.
There's no fees taken out of what we made, and we did as well in Crash Proof as we would have in the market, and there was no downside.
Crash Proof retirement means to us that our future is bright and we're going to be able to go forward and enjoy our retirement.
Discover how the exclusive Crash Proof retirement system can help you grow with the market without risking a penny of your hard-earned nest egg. Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Springfield Country Club on February 25th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney, and the truth is I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney or if I look like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare without me being an attorney. And I want to share with you how we do it. just give my office a call, and you will not talk to an attorney. And I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-317-2277. That's 800-317-2277. 800-317-2277.
Is credit card debt ruining your life? Did you know you have a right to settle that debt for much less than you owe? DebtBlue has helped people just like you resolve millions of dollars of high-interest credit card debt. They can help with payment relief, the burden of rising inflation, and have a large portion of your debt wiped clean. If you have $10,000 or more in credit card debt, a free 10-minute phone call could save you thousands. Discover how to reduce or completely resolve your credit card debt. In fact, we're so sure that we can reduce your debt that we offer the DebtBlue Success Guarantee. We don't get paid unless your debt gets reduced or resolved, so there's absolutely no risk to call. For your free debt resolution plan, call 800-211-5209. That's 800-211-5209. The call is free. The consultation is free. The more you owe, the more you can save. Call now, 800-211-5209. 800-211-5209.
This is Merrill Reese. When it comes to your roof, it's like football. Good planning is essential. That's why I've got a brand new gorgeous roof from Impriano Roofing. Jack Impriano and his 4 sons are a true family business, using only quality, certainteed roofing products. Serving our area for 5 decades, accountability plus. It's good to get a brand new roof from Impriano Roofing. Visit Impriano.com. That's Impriano.com. The best homes have an Impriano roof.
Hosting a tailgate or football party? Check out Henry's Hots Barbecue in Folsom, New Jersey for your game day food. Ruthie and her team have served the tri-state area for more than 15 years. Henry's Hots Barbecue is the official caterer of the Eagles Radio Network. Enjoy or take out the award-winning Texas-style barbecue, smoked brisket, St. Louis-style ribs, homemade mac and cheese, and don't forget the fried chicken. For delicious home-style cooking, visit bestbbqssj.com.
New year, new ride. Start off the new year with Hessert Chevrolet of Cherry Hill, formerly Mall Chevrolet. Get fantastic finance and lease offers on a wide selection of new models. Whether you're looking to lease or finance, we have great deals to help you drive into the new year in style. Hessert Chevy of Cherry Hill offers one of the largest inventories in the area. For over 40 years, the Hessert family has been a trusted part of this community. Together, let's drive. Visit HessertChevyCH.com.
Hessert Chevrolet!
Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10.
Rochelle, good morning. How are you?
I'm a teacher. We scheduled a 2-hour delay even before the Eagles went to the Super Bowl. We had 75 kids absent the day after the Super Bowl, and the Eagles weren't even in it. I dare any of you to be a lunch aide the day after the Super Bowl. It's a 30-minute sentence.
I could not work in a cafeteria. I couldn't be a bus driver. I couldn't do any of it. I don't know how these people tolerate these kids.
We got to make it a fun pizza day or something. Just make it as easy and fun as possible. For the teachers, too, like Rochelle was saying.
Right.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app. Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
A major development today in a couple's fight for answers 14 years after their daughter's death. Ellen Greenberg's parents insist that she was murdered in January of 2011. The 27-year-old was found by her fiancé in her kitchen of her apartment in Manayunk.
Philadelphia Fire Department 842. What's the address? No.
4601 Flat Rock Road. Please hurry.
4601 Flat Rock?
Yes.
What's wrong?
I went downstairs to go work out. I came back up. The door was latched. My fiance's inside. She wasn't answering. So after about a half hour, I decided to break it down. I see her now just on the floor with blood. Like she's not responding.
Okay, is she breathing? Look at her chest. I need you to calm down. I need you to look at her chest. It's really.
I really don't think she is.
Listen to me. Someone's on the way. Look at her chest. Is she flat on her back?
She's on her back. So I bring her.
Look at her chest and tell me if it's going up and down, up and down.
I don't see her moving.
Okay, do you know how to do CPR?
I don't.
Okay, I can tell you what to do, okay, until they get there. I want you to keep her flat on her.
God.
That is the 911 call And the victim here, Ellie, as her family called her, an only child, Ellen Greenberg, found dead that fateful day, January 2011. And her parents fought hard in our system. I will tell you, in my career as an Emmy Award-winning journalist, I have covered more than 1,000 murders. I have never in my life seen a case like this one. And I just get chill bumps when I listen to the 911 call and think about what happened next after that 911 call. Even listening to the tone of those 911 operators as they're asking questions, and then they make realizations, and they're not even on the scene. I want to welcome in a gentleman who has been by the side of Ellen's grieving parents, their only daughter killed. They believed right from the get-go that Ellie had been taken from them, murdered, and they have sought answers. They have sought justice. William Trask, who is the attorney representing the Greenberg family, and, of course, works for Lamb McElrain. William, thank you so much for being here, William Trask.
Thanks very much for having me.
Absolutely. So I will tell you, William, even if, I just listened to that entire 911 call, which I have, then I hear in the 911 operator, she brings on somebody else. They're saying do CPR. They're asking appropriate questions. And then at some point he brings up, oh, there's a knife. And they say, wait a minute, what? As if, how did you not see that? Even a 911, an experienced 911 operator, you can hear the tone in their voices. And then they say, don't touch the knife. Don't touch anything. They clearly, and 911...
Okay, I'm trying not to.
Listen.
Her shirt won't come off. It's a zipper. Oh, my God. She stabbed herself.
Where?
She fell with a knife.
Where?
Oh, no, her knife's sticking out.
What?
There's a knife sticking out of her heart.
William, even from that, just the 911 call, I think of an amateur detective, even those operators, the operator who you hear the tone of her voice change when she advises, like, don't try CPR, back away, don't touch anything. Can you just take me through this? And first of all, my condolences, but also my congratulations. At least you've got some answers. But take us through this week, the bombshell, the thanks to you and Joe, your partner, as you represented this family. What happened this week in court? What happened Saturday? Then what happened Monday?
Yeah, thanks. So hearing that 911 call again, it's pretty staggering. I think it raises more questions than it answers ultimately. And it took quite a bit of time for the family to even, get a hold of it from the city. But be that as it may, here we are 14 years later, 14 years after Dr. Osborne had ultimately declared Ellen's manner of death suicide after initially being ruled a homicide. 14 years that the family had been, begging the city for answers, for more information, had been submitting expert reports and other evidence to try and get to the bottom of their daughter's death. And this past Saturday, Dr. Osborne, finally, the pathologist who conducted Ellen's autopsy, who signed her death certificate as being a suicide, he finally relented, did the right thing, and he produced a sworn verification that, in his professional opinion, he does not believe, based on all the evidence in this case, including the evidence that he collected as the attending pathologist, doesn't believe that Ellen committed suicide. And that was a huge win, and that was what the Greenbergs had been fighting for the last 14 years.
And so her parents, grieving on this, and I know they've moved on to Florida. Ironically, Dr. Osborne, who was here, has moved on to Florida. When I think about this, there's another piece of it, and that is that initially, because they said the police were told on the scene this was a suicide, even if you're an officer, this goes against everything I know in law enforcement. I can't fully wrap my brain around it, because even if you're told something and you come on the scene and they say, oh yeah, it was a suicide, they still will preserve a scene. It was not preserved. A cleaning crew comes in the next day. People are allowed to go in and out. It's everything that happened here is the antithesis of what I know, what we all know, and then we also had with the medical examiner, to your point, he does his initial testing, and I think he concludes what all of us, even the armchair, will say MEs, and he says, well, wait a minute, there's some bruises here that are in various stages of healing. And then you can infer from that, okay, what's going on here? This is a young woman who has more than 11 bruises that are in various stages of healing. And that's all part of the medical examiner's determination that he feels this is murder, this is homicide. Then for some bizarre reason goes back to suicide. And then finally last Saturday, the bombshell, yes, it's homicide. Can you what's going on here?
Well, I think you touched on it at the outset of that. The reason why the Greenbergs couldn't get answers for 14 years, why the ME was refusing to look at the evidence, is all traceable back to the initial blunders by investigators on the night of Ellen's death. They walked into that apartment and found her on the floor of the kitchen with a knife in her heart. They didn't notice that she'd been stabbed 10 times from behind. They accepted what they were being told about her being locked in that apartment. They didn't look closely at the lock that was apparently holding the door shut to see that it hadn't been disabled. So the door couldn't have been kicked in as reported. And they accepted the case as a suicide and never called the crime scene unit to collect any evidence. They released the scene and even recommended the company, the cleaning service, to have it professionally cleaned the next morning. So when Dr. Osborne conducted his autopsy and he found 10 additional stab wounds to the back of Ellen's neck and head, a stab wound to her brain, one through her spinal column, one to her liver, her stomach, and then ultimately into her heart, bruises all over her body, and he ruled this thing a homicide. By the time police investigators went back out to the apartment, with a search warrant to collect evidence for the homicide, the place had been scoured. And so at that point, it's our contention, and, the evidence in the police records supports that, police investigators, to avoid the repercussions of screwing up a homicide investigation, pressed the ME's office to have it changed to a suicide, because suicides don't get investigated. And that's ultimately why nobody was willing to take a good look at this case for 14 years, because they didn't want the police blunders to be uncovered.
And so at the end of the day, and I have to, ask the question, as far as, her fiance, and I'm always very careful with this. I know that he hasn't really spoken publicly, that except maybe one comment at some point. But a piece of this is that her fiance at the time, who then 3 years later, almost to the day, remarried a New York socialite. He works, in sports and has gone on with his career and so on and so forth. But as far as this goes, her fiance at the time, actually, he's from a connected family. And that's the inference here, right? That he has a relative who's a powerful judge. There were some connections there. And there were inferences, I'm going to say, that is this a case where this is somebody who's connected? And why wasn't he scrutinized more carefully?
Well, there certainly have been those inferences drawn, not by me, not by Joe, my colleague. The fact of the matter is, he was interviewed by police that night, and the notes of that interview say, that he was being interviewed in connection with a suicide investigation, right? So it's not clear that, connected or not, those connections played any role in the police's, the police officer's decision to treat the scene as they did. The evidence that I've seen suggests that the police just royally screwed up, and that's been the issue. And whoever the culprit is ultimately just benefited from that screw up, and that's kind of where we stand. Joe and I got retained by the family to get answers, to ultimately compel Dr. Osborne and others in the medical examiner's office just to consider the evidence that they'd collected over the years. You know, they had sent Ellen's case to a gaggle of experts. Every single one of them came back and said, this is not a suicide. This looks to me like a homicide. And the ME's office just blew them off. So, you know, we ultimately filed this lawsuit just to compel the ME's office to take this evidence seriously. And that is ultimately what we got, and more, when Dr. Osborne said, you know, not only have I reviewed the evidence, but I now agree with the family that this couldn't have been a suicide.
But part of his determination, Dr. Osborne, who now works in Florida, I thought, was that he said that he didn't have all the information, that when he learned different information that was conflicting with what he had been given, that it wasn't, that there was a whole picture, right? Am I wrong here? Is that correct?
No, that's correct. So a couple of different elements at play here. One, there was a meeting very shortly after Ellen's death and after Dr. Osborne ruled her death a homicide. There was a meeting between police officers, Dr. Osborne's boss, the chief medical examiner, Dr. Galino, at which meeting police detectives told Dr. Osborne, hey, man, she was in this place all by herself. She was locked in. There couldn't have been anybody there. We have a witness who saw the door breached when Ellen was found inside. You know, I don't know how this could be a homicide. And on the basis of that representation and others by the police, Dr. Osborne ultimately caved and agreed to change the manner of death to suicide. It was only many years later, after fighting with the city for records and evidence, that we obtained the surveillance video from the apartment building, that we spoke with the security guard who the police had alleged was present and witnessed the door being breached.
And that was not
true. Right, exactly, which confirmed that there was nobody there who saw that happen. And when Dr. Osborne was confronted with that evidence, was confronted with evidence that a neuropathologist who was employed by the city had taken a second look at the preserved specimen of Ellen's spinal column in 2019 and conclude from her examination that there was a possibility that that stab wound was inflicted after Ellen's heart had already stopped beating and after she was already dead. Once confronted with all this evidence, Dr. Osborne, you know, I mean, how could any trained medical professional find otherwise, right? He ultimately concluded that, yeah, you're right, this can't be a suicide.
And I believe that Joshua Greenberg, Ellie's dad, there are headlines that are public now where he has even stated publicly that he believes actually that Sandy and Joshua's beautiful only child, their daughter Ellie, was in fact strangled to death. And so the question I have William, I'll just be blunt about it. It's weird to me. It's just weird that all these everybody's dancing around what I think is really obvious, that nobody's saying who killed Ellie. Where's the search for some killer? I don't. So
well,
what happens now?
Well, so that part of the problem is there's been no search for a killer, because up to this point, the killer, according to the official records of the medical examiner of the Philadelphia Police Department, has been Ellie, right, herself. So only as of last Saturday has there been an admission that that's not the case. And only since Monday has the city medical examiner's office agreed to reopen their investigation and re-review all of this evidence and reconsider the findings in the death certificate.
Is there any way to use technology, William, as far as we have new technology from 14 years ago? Is there any, you have the video now, and that's on, all of this is online. It's all public thanks to you and your law firm and the family. But is there any kind of new technology that could be used in this that may be helpful?
Well, it's hard to say, because the crime scene was destroyed, for all intents and purposes. So there's very little evidence that remains. I mean, in terms of technology, among the experts that the Greenbergs consulted, Dr. Wayne Ross, he worked with a firm who did a digital recreation of all of Ellen's various stab wounds, which proved that Ellen couldn't have self-administered all of those wounds herself. You know, it's hard to say. I know speaking with seasoned investigators, you know, they claim that there could still be evidence under the floorboards in the apartment that hasn't been considered yet.
Wow.
The knife was never fingerprinted. And, you know, one of the issues, obviously, that has kind of dogged us and dogged the family for a long time is if there were no fingerprints on the knife, then somebody wiped them off.
Yeah.
Right? Ellie couldn't have wiped them off after stabbing herself in the heart. So there are a lot of questions. Unfortunately, those questions don't necessarily point to a specific individual so much as they point to the fact that Ellie couldn't have killed herself.
Right. And then the weird phone calls and texting with the fiance. That's kind of, I don't know how that gets explained as well. How are her parents doing? I mean, that's like, I hate that question because I can't even imagine as a mom coping with what they've had to cope with for 14 years. But I know they've gone back to Florida. Well, how are Mr. and Mrs. Greenberg?
It's hard, right? It's a mixed bag. I mean, certainly after Monday, they were elated to have finally gotten the city to acknowledge that, you know, a second look needs to be taken at their daughter's death, and elated that Dr. Osborne, after all these years, had finally acknowledged that his suicide determination was wrong, not supported by the evidence. I mean, they've been fighting for that for 14 years, and to get that is, I mean, it's just been a huge relief for them. And I know Ellie's smiling down on them and all their efforts and all of the time and effort and money that they've put into getting just this far. You know, at the same time, they've had to relive Ellen's death every day for the last 14 years, and today's no different. And as we sort of take the next step and try to figure out the answers to the questions you're asking, you know, what did happen, who did it? Now that we know that it wasn't Ellie, you know, it's hard to kind of move on and grieve. But I think at least that first step towards the grieving process, you know, has finally begun as of Monday with the city's acknowledgement.
Well, William Trask with Lamb McElrain, to you, your partners, congratulations on what you've done for this family. I think it's important what you're doing now, because this is in the headlines, not just locally here, but national headlines, and that applies pressure to everybody involved. And so thank you so much, William, and thanks for your hard work in this. And I imagine on a personal level, even though you want justice, and we all pray for that, I mean, real justice, this is a great first step. So great job.
Well, and thank you so much, Dawn. I mean sincerely from the bottom of my heart, if it wasn't for the spotlight that you and others in the media have continued to shine on this case over the years, Ellie's death would have been swept under the rug a long time ago. And it was you guys keeping the pressure on that ultimately allowed us to get as far as we have. So I really appreciate your interest and, you know, keeping Ellie's memory alive.
Thank you, William. William Trask with Lamb McElrain. Thank you so much. Hope we talk again.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Thank you. So we'll continue on it. And we, in fact, we'll reach out to her fiance who's moved on with his life. And you heard him in the 911 call. He's seen in all those videos that have gone viral as he was pacing the apartment building. He's married now in New York, I guess has a couple of kids. But, you know, I'll try to interview and bring you the latest on what her fiance, Sam Goldberg, has to say with these latest developments, get his reaction as he was in the center of this thing. And hopefully we just shine a light on it to find out who is that killer, who really murdered Ellie Greenberg. Thanks for being here. 855-839-1210. Be right back.
Off my back. I don't need this. Hi, this is Dom Giordano. It's time to celebrate American Heart Month with Rescue Natural Supplements. For nearly 40 years, Rescue Omega-3 has been providing people with the essentials to fortify heart health, reduce inflammation, and support healthy cholesterol levels. That's why it's the best time to dive into Rescue's February special. Right now, Rescue's most popular products, their premium omega-3 fish oils, are buy one, get one free exclusively for radio listeners. Just use the listener code OMEGA50 when placing your order. Call today at 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a knowledgeable product consultant or use that code OMEGA50 online when you visit res-q.com. That's res-q.com. Don't forget the code OMEGA50 when buying a one bottle of Rescue Omega-3s. Get a second bottle free. OMEGA50. Fortify your heart. Support a healthier well-being with a Rescue Omega-3.
A new president is sworn in. America's greatness is being restored. And there's breaking news every minute. Now, tens of millions of Americans are turning off Fox and CNN and tuning in to Newsmax for the breaking information they really need to know. Reuters Institute says Newsmax is one of the top news brands in America. Find it yourself on all major cable systems and on your TV or smartphone store. Just download the Newsmax app for free and start watching. You'll get great shows with Rob Schmidt, Greta Van Susteren, Rob Finnerty, and Carl Higbie, and more. Find out why millions of Americans have made the switch. Even President Trump says Newsmax is terrific, and he's watching. So make the switch to Newsmax. Check us out on cable and satellite TV or download the Newsmax app today. Watch us anytime, anywhere. Remember, Newsmax is real news for real people.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code TRAVEL to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code TRAVEL for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code TRAVEL for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Harry, if you watch any more of those stupid financial shows, I'm filing for divorce.
How am I going to keep up with our retirement accounts?
At JML Financial Group, we want you watching your grandkids playing soccer and sunsets in Hawaii, not the latest rumor of a market crash. Surprisingly, with proper income planning, the stock market shouldn't even be a concern. The money came in every 2 weeks while you worked. It should be the same in your retirement years. Let us show you how. Call JML Financial Group today at 856-925-6674. That's 856-925-6674. Or at jmlfinancialgroup.com. So, when your neighbor's sunbathing in the front yard,
Harry, you're an idiot. Get away from the window.
keep your eyes focused where they should be, on enjoying your retirement. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company.
This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. You may know me from my book, Money Hacks. You may know me from my radio shows. And you may even know me from some of these commercials. But listen, I'm teaching stuff that people need to learn about money. In fact, my favorite topic is money. So go to investorschooling.com and you will learn things about money that you never even knew existed. We will teach you things about real estate, about the stock market, and about how to use your IRAs properly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Are you tired of hearing about the recession that's coming? Are you prepared for it? Well, listen, at investorschooling.com, we're going to teach you ways to prepare for the recession that you didn't even know existed. We're going to teach you strategies on how to use real estate. We're going to teach you strategies how to use the stock market properly. That's right, you can even make money in the stock market when the stock market goes down. Hey, go to investorschooling.com and register for a free class this Thursday night, and you will learn all of these techniques. Go to investorschooling.com right now. RSVP for this Thursday. We'll see you there.
See Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra. It's Philly sports put to music at Westchester University in Pittman, New Jersey, February 21st and 22nd.
I'm glad I came. Best ever.
The highs, the lows, that band.
The music, the singing, everything. You laughed, you teared up.
That's Conklin and City Rhythm at Westchester University on Friday, February 21st, and at the Broadway Theater in Pittman, New Jersey, Saturday, February 22nd. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Hers has been rooted in Philly for nearly 8 decades, so you know they're riding with the birds. Remember to stock up for this Sunday, because a game this big needs even bigger flavors. From Hers to the birds. Good luck down there. Hers, rooted in Philly.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 1039 FM.
There's a town hall tonight in the Northeast for those impacted by the deadly plane crash. We're expecting to get a mix of snow, sleet, and freezing rain tonight into tomorrow morning. And Mural Arts Philly is painting a Go Birds mural on South Broad Street ahead of the Eagles' big game.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
To defeat what was record inflation and rapidly bring down costs and prices. The inflation crisis was caused by massive overspending and escalating energy prices, and that is why today I will also declare a national energy emergency. We will drill, baby, drill.
And especially here in Pennsylvania, in our part of the country on the East Coast, you think about President Donald J. Trump signing all of those executive orders, and this signals an absolute shift in the way we view energy. And many of these different energy officials talking about this. You hear terms like clean energy, green energy, or what's the other one? Renewable energy sources. But what's really going on here? And then let's put in perspective Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro delivering his budget address yesterday. Biggest budget we've ever seen in Pennsylvania, right? 51 plus $billion budget. But looking at energy, saying, "Hey, Pennsylvania, we're gonna make sure that your energy prices go down." Is that real? Well, let's ask our expert. Jim Struzzi is here, talking about really unleashing Pennsylvania's energy potential. So, Jim Struzzi, your latest piece, everybody can read the deets in Broad and Liberty with our friends there. But can you take me through this as far as what you see on the landscape, the changes that are thanks to Trump, and then as well how the states have power too? So your reaction as well to Governor Josh Shapiro saying that he's doing everything to make sure that our energy prices here in PA, they're going down. Really?
Well, good morning, and thank you for having me. I think that's the ultimate irony in the fact that the governor is trying to solve a problem that the previous administration created, and he continues to propagate. That is the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative that effectively would tax carbon emissions and shut down our energy production in Pennsylvania. Since that proposal was introduced in 2019, we have seen energy production leave Pennsylvania. Not anecdotal, $14 billion in investment, mainly in Western Pennsylvania, in production of energy has gone to Ohio and West Virginia. So to say he's doing everything he can to help with energy prices is simply ridiculous in my view, because all he has to do is get rid of the RGGI proposal, get rid of the other acronyms he's come up with like PRESS and PACER, and allow the energy industry to thrive. That will lower energy costs, that will lower electricity costs, and that will help people put food on their tables.
Yes, so Pennsylvania State Representative Jim Struzzi, and your latest great piece in Broad and Liberty that we've been talking about. we have the conversation here as we think about here in Pennsylvania. And I just think that people think, oh, well, what about climate change? What about clean, regenerative, what's it called, green energy? And in my humble opinion, and you just correct me if I'm wrong, but when we talk about this, the truth of the matter is that even though there might be alternative sources of energy, right now, this is the best we've got. And when we think about jobs, so sometimes I just feel like it's like this game that we're all playing. Which group of people get more money from which group of lobbyists? But at the end of the day, especially here in Pennsylvania, because I've read, Jim, that we pay 45% more than the average consumer for our energy here in this part of the country. And so I feel like we're getting played.
Absolutely. It's ridiculous that we are sitting on some of the best natural resources in the world here in Pennsylvania, and we aren't maximizing them. I understand people want quote-unquote renewable, solar, wind, what have you, but your base load energy is what you need, and that's nuclear, natural gas, and coal. Those are what powers the grids. That's what gets us through on these cold winter days and those hot summer days. And trust me, if you look at the PJM grid, you look right now, you're not going to see a whole lot of solar powering the grid right now. It's your base load energy, and that really is why the auction prices for PJM went up so much, because they know energy is going to be hard to come by with the closure of coal-fired electric plants and the ridiculous over-regulation of the energy industry. And you want to talk about clean, natural gas is clean, and even coal. Pennsylvania was meeting the Clean Air Act standards well before they even started talking about the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative. So it's simply playing to the extreme environmental groups.
Mm-hmm. Well, and I've talked a lot about that. So just to break this down for those who are joining the conversation here, Talk Radio 1210, WPHT live and local, as we think about what you mentioned, PJM. So for me, I get PICO, but what you're talking about is the mothership, if you will. In other words, all of these different companies, no matter where you are, let's say I get PICO, but I'm fed by, at the end of the day, PJM interconnection. That's right. That's the regional, you detail this in your piece beautifully, but that's the regional group that puts out the energy. And I know that they changed the title. It was Reggie, and then they switched it to Pacer. So what's the difference between those?
Well, the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative, or RGGI, is still out there. The governor continues to fight that in court, and in my view, unnecessarily. And then he, at the state level, came up with these other programs, the Press and Pacer, which essentially are the same thing as RGGI, but only for Pennsylvania. The Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative is a multi-state compact that the Wolf administration proposed Pennsylvania enter into, but the other acronyms that they've come up with are just for Pennsylvania, but in my view, even worse, because it simply isolates us from everyone else by creating a Pennsylvania-only carbon tax.
Yeah, and so what's the answer here? I was talking to a relative about this, and they basically fuel their entire house because they get the the propane kind of, they have a huge tank. But a lot of people even say, hey, I want to create my own microgrid, even for myself or my neighborhood, because people worry about this, that with everything going on, that we are so dependent on this. And then, and by the way, also for people on a fixed income. People have worked their entire lives and they have their home. The number one reason, I was looking this up, the number one reason that retirees, senior citizens, are forced to sell their home is because they've paid for their home, but they can't afford the energy bills. And to keep up, that's horrible.
And it should be a concern for everyone. The electricity rates don't need to be as high as they are if we could have affordable energy production. But these over-regulations, these excessive regulations stifle the industry and make it more expensive to comply with the ever-changing goalposts of environmental regulations. But I think you played a clip earlier. With the new administration in place, we're going to see energy production in the United States change. And I think it's going to be more geared toward these reliable baseload energy sources like natural gas and coal, and Pennsylvania needs to get in line with that. We could you mentioned the budget being the highest ever, right?
Mm-hmm.
If we would simply allow these industries to grow on their own, get government out of the way, we could see revenues like we haven't seen in years here in Pennsylvania if we would just let them do what they do, and that's create good energy for Pennsylvania, good energy for the grid, good energy for this country.
And, Representative Jim Struzzi, who's we're talking about, Jim, I will say to you that what do you think about as far as what's the reaction? Obviously, you're a Republican in the Pennsylvania House of Representatives, but what's the reaction to yesterday's, address by Shapiro and saying that he's going to fix energy, fix education, $51+ billion budget? Your reaction to all of that?
Well, I think he's clearly spending more than we have. We know that. That's not, fudging the numbers. That is a fact. The fact that he's proposing $3.5 billion in increased spending on a $51.5 billion budget, well above what we expect revenues to be for next year. It's simply not going to work. I think whether you're Republican or Democrat, that should concern you, because the proposal includes spending the rest of our surplus money that we have, about $3 billion, taking $1.6 billion out of the rainy day fund, and then creating new taxes for skill games and legalizing recreational marijuana. Those things should scare anyone who is elected in the General Assembly, because these are tax dollars that we're talking about here. You can't just throw this money around like it's chump change. These are our constituents' dollars that are being paid from hardworking families into the General Assembly, into the government, and we need to be responsible with those dollars. And I think that the fact that he's proposing spending this much money is absurd to me when we don't have that money to spend. And as I said earlier, I think that if we just get government out of the way, let the energy industry grow and thrive, we could solve a lot of problems.
Yeah, I'll ask you this too, as far as the Trump administration. So when I look at the big picture, I think, oh, good. We're going to try to get to the bottom of this, the issue of energy and for America being energy efficient. But then with Pennsylvania, how do you get over that hurdle of the pushback, and especially the regulations that are tougher here that have really, made the jobs leave Pennsylvania?
Well, I think the people need to really look at what we're talking about here, and that is clean air. Our energy producers are already complying with those standards that have been set at the national level. So these regulations aren't even needed. That's what really makes you scratch your head, is why are we punishing ourselves when we could be the planet's greatest energy producer, and we're coming up with these regulations that basically hurt us. It isn't necessary, and really it makes no sense to me from a Pennsylvania standpoint when we could be maximizing our natural resources, and we choose to not do that. I think it's absurd.
Well, listen, Representative Jim Struzzi, we hope you come back. Thanks for the fight and a great piece that you have. Really appreciate you.
Thank you so much for having me.
Absolutely. So we'll continue to follow that one as we think about Pennsylvania front and center. And I'll just be honest, with Trump, he is grateful to Pennsylvania, right? We know that because Pennsylvania was key to, as we always say, on the way to the White House, you need Pennsylvania. And Pennsylvania was loyal to Trump. And so I know that he has us top of mind when he says that drill, baby, drill. So hopefully we'll bring those jobs back and restore common sense for sure. But really appreciate Representative Struzzi, the great work that he does, and get your thoughts as well. 855-839-1210. We'll return to all of the developments. Oh my goodness, my head is spinning with all these developments just this morning. Get some of your takes on this. Thanks for being here today. We're going to be right back.
This is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Are you ready for retirement? Have you prepared everything you need? Well, in Investor Schooling, we will teach you ways to better prepare for your retirement using real estate and the stock market. But you need to learn how to do it right, and that's what we teach. At Investor Schooling, we sell nothing but education. Come to Investor Schooling and learn how to have a better retirement. Go to investorschooling.com and RSVP right now for this Thursday's class at 7 o'clock. Go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Sinus with Investor Schooling. Are you tired of hearing about the recession that's coming? Are you prepared for it? Well, listen, at investorschooling.com, we're going to teach you ways to prepare for the recession that you didn't even know existed. We're going to teach you strategies on how to use real estate. We're going to teach you strategies how to use the stock market properly. That's right, you can even make money in the stock market when the stock market goes down. Hey, go to investorschooling.com and register for a free class this Thursday night, and you will learn all of these techniques. Go to investorschooling.com right now, RSVP for this Thursday. We'll see you there.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
Save 60% on all window styles and pay nothing for 2 years. Now through February 28th at Window Nation. Schedule your free consult today at 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
At American Heritage Credit Union, our rates allow you to choose what works best for you. Save for your future with a 12-month IRA certificate at 4.20% annual percentage yield, or enjoy a shorter term with a 9-month certificate at 4.15% annual percentage yield. Learn more at AmericanHeritageCU.org. That's AmericanHeritageCU.org. Federally insured by NCUA. Not a member? Join today.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. It's no wonder that ZipRecruiter is the place for skilled skydiving instructors, accomplished airbrush artists, and proficient pediatricians. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter to hire, you're missing out. ZipRecruiter is the place that's so confident it can make your hiring easier that it lets you try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. So if you want the right candidates for all your roles, ZipRecruiter is the place to go. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Isn't it time to invest in yourself? Well, how about this? Start a PI Dental Center with decades of experience in complex dental treatment, and I've been a patient of PI Dental for 20 years. Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, they're board-certified prosthodontists. They specialize in the restoration and replacement of teeth, and PI Dental Center are the originators of the teeth in a day. It's a revolutionary treatment that delivers fixed teeth and implants placed for a dramatic transformation in a mere one day. So visit PIDentalCenter.com. That's PIDentalCenter.com to request your new patient evaluation.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898. 6898, 800-700-6898, or biglou.com.
Hey, Paoli. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Hey, so one of the headlines, Dawn Stensland reporting live to you. One of the headlines this morning that I had talked about earlier, and I'll just say this quickly. If you're one of those people like me, I admit it, you order the stuff on Temu because it's cheap and it comes right to your house. And I've ordered tools because, Lair Bear, who's probably listening, yeah, he's not a real fix-it guy. I'm the fix-it. I've ordered winches.
What?
Winches.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Tools, everything from like one of those big triangular pillows that fits, where the mattress and the bed frame, and there's always that gap.
Uh-huh.
You know what I mean? Like if you try to buy it from wherever locally, it's, $80 to $100
because you're the one using it all the time. I hate to say it's not like he's going to touch a winch anytime soon.
But I mean, so I order stuff. But did you see the warning? So because of the new tariffs, because, the situation went into effect. What was that? It was, day and a half ago that all went into effect. So with Trump tariffs. So he put a pause on everything with our neighbors to the north and the south, Mexico and Canada. We've talked about that, but China did not cave like our neighbors to the north and south. And so China is pushing back. And in fact, starting next Monday, they're going to return the favor of the tariffs. So now the United States Postal Service is putting a freeze on delivering the goods from China because of this. And that's all the cheap stuff, as my husband said. What crud did you order from Temu now? So all of that stuff.
You're $110 off?
I know.
Spin this button?
I know. I hate that spinner. But then you go, oh, I got 50% off. And then you have credits.
Well, just give me the 50% off outright. I don't need to spin a dang graphic to get it.
But they're really good at it. I have to, and I know you're gonna. I have relatives who are like, what? Why would you support China? But we all have done it because look at the numbers. So now they're putting the freeze on that. So what am I going to do? I'm going to go to, ordering stuff that's not made in China. So at the end of the day, who suffers in this game of chicken that Trump is involved with? And it's all about the negotiation. It's not a tariff or trade war. It's all about the negotiation. It's over what? Fentanyl. And what did I tell you? I said this. Nobody listens to me, Invisible Woman, Dan. But, Dan listens.
Oh.
But he's special.
Thanks for noticing.
But I'm just saying that it's not a trade war. It's not. Every expert I've interviewed, you've heard, they've all said it's not a professor, right? Michael Busler, he said it yesterday. It is not a trade war. That's what I keep saying. Don't believe the media, which is complicit in all of this, and it's a lie. It's not about trade. It's about the deal. And the deal involves fentanyl and the war against drugs coming into this country. That's really what it's all about. So we got to go to that. All right, let's talk, and we're going to bring in somebody local who's famous. I actually miss Jimmy's. Is it Jimmy's uncle or cousin?
Uncle.
Jimmy, it's your uncle, right?
Uncle, right?
So this is Jimmy's favorite and famous uncle, both pride of LaSalle College High School, where my Michael's a graduate. So I have a little,
Yeah.
I have a
little attachment.
I do have an attachment.
Bias.
Pride of Philadelphia. So here's the Chris Matthews.
Well, let's just call him Jimmy's uncle from now on.
Jimmy's uncle. Here's Jimmy's uncle.
Jimmy's more relevant than Chris is at this point.
We love Jimmy, and I know you're a listener, Jimmy. But this is Jimmy's uncle speaking about Trump's biggity big news conference, the big blockbuster announcement that everybody's talking about.
I'm offended by the comparison that he makes, too.
Really?
Take a listen.
The idea of bringing an Atlantic City to Gaza is crazy. By the way, go to Atlantic City. Go to Trump Tower, what's left of it down there. Go look at the gambling houses. Look what had happened the last time Trump tried to start a Riviera, a new Atlantic City. Take a look at the old Atlantic City and where that ended up.
Ouch.
It didn't work. It works in Vegas. It didn't work in Atlantic City. And now he wants to create this Mecca with Hamas becoming hospitality people as waiters and stuff like that and chambermaids. Are you crazy? This is a crazy idea.
Now, wait a minute. Wait a minute. I'm going to give Jimmy's uncle a lot of credit. This is definitely a new show idea, right?
What's that?
That you create in the Middle East. You employ all the terrorists. You know what I mean? Hello, and they're like all in black.
Below deck Hamas.
Yeah. And it's like gambling and all this and that, right? It's the terrorists next door. You know what I mean?
Bravo.
This is
this is a new
Bravo. This
should
is
be listening.
It's either a fictional show or it could be a reality show. Like, since he's mentioning the Jersey Shore, it'd be like Jersey Shore, kinda.
Join these 8 individuals as they work in the hospitality department of Trump Tower, Gaza.
It's making Gaza
Will
great.
they drink?
I know. So, and I've been saying
Will
this.
they avert their eyes towards women? Will they show their ankles?
Well, that's just it. You can't or would you? Once again, this is Donald J. Trump rocking the world. And so I use this term. I said this earlier. What did he really do? Everybody's losing their mind over what he said, but they're just words. They're just words. Words don't hurt. Words, they're just the words of Trump. And what does he do with his words that are powerful? Trump is like the antithesis of me because I'm apparently the invisible woman here. But he is the opposite. He's the antithesis of that. When Trump speaks, the world stops what they're doing. Democrats and progressives and liberals lose their minds and go crazy. This man has the most powerful words of, I will say, any man in generations. I mean, basically, since like Jesus or maybe Moses, we haven't known a man on earth who had the power of these words. Do you know what I'm saying? Because think about it. He holds a news conference last night and he seemingly riffs, although I think that he's been thinking about this for a long time. I think it started with I swear to you, somewhere in the back of the Dawn brain, he taught Jared Kushner. There was something with Jared Kushner, his obviously son-in-law, Ivanka's husband. And so I think that this was floated out there somewhere that they would take over Gaza. And we'll play a snippet. We did a ton on this earlier, which is why I'm sort of backing into it at 11:30, because Trump, dropped this, if you will, this kind of bombshell last night, and the rest of the world was sleeping. So the Middle East, many coming out and saying, "Oh no!" And do we care that the Hamas terrorists don't like it? Well, of course they don't like it. You know why? Because part of this is, think about this, in Gaza, what Trump is saying, we need to get all the good people out of Gaza and relocate them, right, to the different countries. And you're going to do that while we then just basically level the place and rebuild and make something beautiful and make this a home that everybody can be proud of. But what Trump also said, and I don't see anybody talking about this, because what he also said was, well, we'll be happy to do this. We, meaning America. He says that, but what does he really mean? And I'm calling myself a Trump whisperer. So I'm going to say this because he's next to Bibi, who's his buddy. And he's like, Bibi, not for nothing, but I've got your back, but you got to give a little something up too. What does he mean by that? So look who controls this. Do you think Hamas has had control of Gaza? No. Who controls the Gaza Strip's northern borders? Israel does. Bibi, his peeps. That's who controls it. Who controls the territorial waters? Yeah, Bibi and his buddies, Israel. And what about the airspace? So what is Trump really after? It's not that he wants to build the Trump Taj or anything of that nature. In my humble opinion, art of the deal, I think what Trump wants, and this is really a strategy, and it's a military strategy, but maybe, just maybe, we in the USA, we get a little control over, the airspace over Gaza. That's that's precious. That's invaluable. What about the waterways? Because think about what Trump is doing in the world. Think of Greenland. Don't think of Greenland as he wants to build I mean, think bigger. He doesn't want to build a Trump like hotel in Greenland. No. This is because this is militarily, this is in the world, this is strategic between.
The idea of bringing an Atlantic City to Gaza is crazy.
Christopher, think big. Christopher, I want you to think bigger. Don't think casinos. Don't think ding, 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 even though you love Wheel of Fortune in that game. Not that I love that.
He's watching it every evening.
But what I'm saying is Trump is looking at all of these places. Panama Canal, right? With Marco Rubio there. What is he looking at? He's looking at trade, critical waterways, militarily strategic places in the world, right? And that makes us what, as the USA, more powerful. It gives us power. It gives us control. In my humble opinion, everybody's looking at the land and thinking small. Trump is thinking big. And he's thinking about how to make us, as the USA, more powerful. Why? Because with power comes peace. Peace through strength. It's like I'm the Trump crossword puzzle queen, and so we're filling in all of these boxes, right? That's what I'm trying to make you look at. Think big. Zoom out. Look at the world look at the universe like Elon Musk does, from a spaceship, and look down and see what you see. That's now what Trump is doing. It's the big picture.
With great power comes great responsibility.
Said, well, it's I quote this all the time, but it's actually, it was Spider-Man, but it was also, right, our great writers. It comes from the comics, Mama Boys, right? So who else controls these borders? Egypt controls Gaza's southern borders. And so I just want you to think about why he mentioned Egypt. And I think he mentioned, who else did he mention last night? Do you have one of these clips of Trump talking? But I believe that he mentioned the king of, I believe he mentioned Jordan. And there's a reason he mentioned Egypt and Jordan. Saudi Arabia today, they're pushing back. But he wants to bring everybody to the bargaining table. And what he's really after, just watch for this, and please just remember my words.
It would be my hope that we could do something really nice, really good, where they wouldn't want to return. Why would they want to return? The place has been hell. It's been one of the meanest, toughest places.
Shut up! Quit interrupting.
And right now, I've seen every picture from every angle, better than if I were there. And nobody can live there. You can't live there. So if we can build them through massive amounts of money supplied by other people, very rich nations,
not your money,
and they're willing to supply it. If we can build something for them in one of the countries, and it could be Jordan, and it could be Egypt, it could be other countries, and you could build 4 or 5 or 6 areas. It doesn't have to be one area, but you take certain areas and you build really good quality housing, like a beautiful town, like someplace where they can live and not die. Because Gaza is a guarantee that they're going to end up dying. The same thing's going to happen again. It's happened over and over again, and it's going to happen again as sure as you're standing there, Peter. So I hope that we could do something where they wouldn't want to go back. Who would want to go back?
So think about that. He wants to create a beautiful home. And he's speaking to the Palestinian people. He's saying, I haven't forgotten you. You deserve a beautiful home and a beautiful place to live. But he's also, art of the deal, mark my words, what do we as the USA, what do we get out of it? We get some territorial control over those territorial waters and the airspace. What does that do? That gives us power in the world. That's what he's talking about. That's what he's looking at. And that's why he specifically last night, who did he mention? Egypt and Jordan. I didn't hear him mention Saudi Arabia. They're not happy with this. As they all come together, art of the deal, they're going to sit down because they're working out what? The Abraham Accords, business. So that's what this is about. One final thing before I go, and this is important. The reason they've got to get the good people out is because we've got caves and dungeons all below here. They're going to blow it up. All of that, and the terrorists know this. There's going to be nowhere to hide. You see what I'm saying? All those caves, all those underground caves and the tunnel system, it's blown up to smithereens. It's gone. And so then you don't have that nest of these killers and terrorists anymore way down below. He also wants to obliterate that. That's why they got to get the people out of there. You see, where they're safe. 855-839-1210.
Over on youtube.com/@12WPHT, JW asks, Dawn, I agree completely. Could you please make your speech printable so I can show it to my mom?
Okay, just for you?
I don't know if we can do that.
We'll do a transcript.
What we can do, though, is JW, we'll both have the podcast available, and this video you're watching right now, youtube.com/@1210WPHT, is indeed available, and you can actually go back through our archives and look at old shows as well. But remember this timestamp, bottom left of your screen, you can see the time. It's 11:34. She started that interview started talking about that, about 8 minutes ago. Rewind it there and show your mom that way and just play it back for her.
Play it back for Mom. Hi, Mom. We love you. Live, the Trump Whisperer. That's one of my new titles. And I loved Amy earlier. I love you, Amy, because Amy gets him too, right? We get him. And so we have to spread the word and just, get everybody to see what we see. Amy and I are the Trump Whisperers. That's my declaration. Hey, we're talking about building homes, and that is so important, right? That you have a beautiful home. Namely, got to talk about my kitchen, because yesterday I was actually making dinner, watching Trump, watching Zioli during dinner time, and my kitchen is kind of my safe space, if you will, my sanctuary. Don't mess with my kitchen. Trust is everything in my kitchen. Trust and Trump and truth, yeah, it's all right there. We got to talk about what's been going on in Pennsylvania, local employer for 45 years. They're the best. Kitchen Magic, because they know how to build, and they have built a reputation which is impeccable for transforming kitchens with such professionalism, precision, and care. They have this down to a science, from the custom cabinets that they build, okay? They build with their local craftsmen and women, custom cabinets, countertops, backsplashes. And what about those all-important storage solutions? That's really everything. Kitchen Magic, they get the job done and fast. In just a few days, your dream kitchen becomes a reality without all the hassle. You can trust the name your neighbors have been relying on for decades. Kitchen Magic. Just get your free in-home consultation. See what Kitchen Magic can do for you. KitchenMagic.com. Let's cook up something extraordinary, shall we? KitchenMagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
It will be a dry day today under mainly cloudy conditions. High temperature up around 38. For tonight, a winter weather advisory goes in effect. Some snow, sleet, and freezing rain overnight, according to an inch possible with a low near 30. And for Thursday, some early morning freezing rain changing over to plain rain with a high 42.
Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart Vascular and Thoracic Institute have formed a powerful alliance. Legends in caregiving New Jersey families, the most sophisticated heart team in America. Innovators in research and patient care who've made life better for thousands of patients, raising the standard for the next generation of care. The alliance between Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart Vascular and Thoracic Institute means the highest quality care close to home for you. DemandDeborah.org.
Taxes was not knowing your full financial picture. Now Taxes is getting and maximizing your refund all in one place. Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get you the most money back, guaranteed. Then you can do more with all that money, all in Credit Karma. Now this is Taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. Get started today. See guaranteed details at TurboTax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED, because millions of men experience it. Did you know that 1 in 4 people seeking treatment for ED are under 40? So you're not alone. And even better, Hims can help. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs at up to 95% less than the brand names when you get started at hims.com/joy. It all starts with an online intake form. From there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. Through hims.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. hims.com/joy.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Edelman's Coins, Philadelphia's local bullion dealer. Edelman'sCoins.com. Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Buy low, sell high. It's a cardinal rule of investing. With the market near record highs, you need a proven system that protects what you have earned without sacrificing opportunity for growth.
Jim O'Neill, Huntington Valley, Pennsylvania. With the stock market at record highs, I would recommend taking your money and put it into a crash-proof retirement system. This year, I have earned over 14%, and it can't be taken away.
Gail Schlosser, I'm getting great returns, up to 12 to 15%, and it's not going to dwindle away in the stock market.
Regina Kukulski, Langhorne. This year, I earned 10.5% interest. I feel really good looking at that because it's not money I lost.
Dolores Queen, Hatboro, Pennsylvania. We have outperformed the market this year, and when we earn 14%, it's ours to keep.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Springfield Country Club on February 25th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code ZOOM25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code ZOOM25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code ZOOM25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Bucks County Estate Traders is giving you early access to their huge President's Day savings event. Save 15% off everything in the store with many items up to 25% off. Discover their massive 16,000-piece showroom in Hatfield filled with beautiful, high-quality furniture. Furnish every room in your house in one trip. QR codes on every piece provide all the info at your fingertips, and their industry-leading staff will help you find exactly what you need. Visit BucksCountyEstateTraders.com or their showroom today. Hurry in and tell them you heard it here.
For a complete list of Talk Radio 1210 WPHT's contest rules, go to 1210WPHT.com/rules.
Hers has been rooted in Philly for nearly 8 decades, so you know they're riding with the birds. Remember to stock up for this Sunday, because a game this big needs even bigger flavors. From hers to the birds. Good luck down there. Hers, rooted in Philly.
Virtua Health, real patients, real doctors, real complex cases. Take one.
Open heart surgery, tear in my aorta.
The most complex cases come to us at Virtua Health.
I'm sure I wouldn't have been here without you.
Being a 45-year-old, not being able to walk up one flight of stairs, I had no idea I was in heart failure.
Virtua is a premier heart failure center in South Jersey.
They changed my life. It's truly a blessing.
Want to follow our stories? Go to virtua.org. Virtua Health, here for good.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. 1210 WPHT.
Wait a minute, Mr. Postman. Wait, hey, Mr. Postman.
Yeah, wait, hey. Wait, Mr. Postman, because the USPS now is doing a reversal after placing that ban that I told you about this morning on all those inbound packages from China and Hong Kong. Now they've just announced they're undoing the pause, if you will. So the package, if you had ordered some of that cheap stuff from Temu, it's not really, some of it's pretty good actually, but if you had ordered stuff from, Shine or Temu, whatever, that it can, Greg Stocker with his bike, he had ordered some parts for his
He's riding
bicycle.
a Temu bike?
I guess.
That's dangerous.
So I guess they're
like
doing
the electronics. It'll crap out after 3 days, and then he'll Find his butt dragging on the ground.
You want it made in the USA. But so they've reversed it. And this all has to do with the China tariffs, apparently, back and forth. But I guess that they've undone the pause. And so now your package can be delivered. Your parcel can be delivered. We'll see. They're going to negotiate it. Speaking of reversals, this is a good reversal that actually, it was my big question when I interviewed Trump. This was my question to then candidate Trump here in the morning on Kale and Company. And I'd asked him about the issue of locally and nationally school districts dealing with Biden's ridiculous executive orders that allow biological males to dress right there in front of girls and women in locker rooms. We talked to Paula Scanlon, Riley Gaines. Well, Riley and Paula are there for Trump now this afternoon. He'll sign this. And this is a reversal. It's not a ban on trans. That's a lie. This is a protection to protect the rights and respect women and girls in bathrooms and locker rooms. That's what he's really doing, and you'll see all of that. And then we have locally, I know everybody's been praying for these survivors of this horrible plane crash in the Northeast. I know the mall is reopening today, and the investigators are wrapping up their investigation to figure out exactly what happened in that deadly plane crash. But there's a real bright light here, Dan. I know that you had found some audio of the little 10-year-old boy we've been talking about, Trey, who's being called a hero, and then even at least one of our Philadelphia Eagles saying that this little boy who's a survivor, he's actually quite an inspiration for our Philadelphia Eagles.
Yeah, fantastic story done by Sister Station, KYW News Radio, on the situation. Talked with the father and just some heart-wrenching information. But as you said, some good sides as well. Take a listen.
Eagles wide receiver A.J. Brown says he'll be playing on Sunday for a little boy who was injured in the Northeast Philly jet crash. Brown calls him a hero. 10-year-old Trey Howard. He was in a car with his dad and his sister when the plane crashed. His father, Andre, says Trey was protecting his sister when he was hit in the head by a metal shard.
Just hear a loud bang and then a ball of fire. I turn around. He has metal out the side of his head.
Trey's now recovering from emergency brain surgery. When he woke, his dad said he had one thing on his mind.
Asked me, Daddy, what's today? Like Monday. Okay, wait. We didn't play yesterday, did we? No, you didn't miss the Super Bowl. He's a diehard Eagles fan.
He also wanted to know if his sister was okay. He laid on top of his sister when this happened. On X, A.J. Brown wished Trey a speedy recovery and said he would visit him when he gets back from New Orleans, hopefully with some hardware.
Super Bowl 59. One game, two teams, endless possibilities. And there's no better way to make every play more exciting.
So that was Carol McKenzie from our sister station, KYW News Radio, and interviewing Mr. Howard. We've been following 10-year-old Trey, his journey, his recovery. Thank God. As he recovers, please say a prayer for him. But I think it's pretty neat that, first of all, he asked if he's thinking about the Eagles, thinking about his sister, and we're just praying for him as he's recovering from brain surgery. But it's such good news that he was speaking for the first time. You think about how your life is put into perspective. You think of this local family, a dad saying to his wife, "Hey, honey, I'm running with the kids. We're going to get some donuts." All right, on a Friday evening. And then their lives changed forever. It could have been tragic. Trey survived. The family survived. So we're saying a prayer for Trey, and hopefully he'll get that visit from AJ, who's wearing a ring when he comes back for sure. But it just puts life in perspective as well, doesn't it? When you think about a family running out, it just shows you. I mean, who would have thunk it? This airplane dropping from the sky. And of course, we hope we get some answers on that one. Thanks, Dan, for pulling that. It's just for pulling that audio and that story that Carol did, because I think that's the perspective that we need sometimes. I live and breathe all of this news every single day, but you think about what really matters, and this family with their joyful, hopeful nature and their prayers for their son to pull through. And I know other stations have interviewed mom, dad, the family, but I'm so grateful to hear that Trey, although, he's got a long road to recovery. This piece of shrapnel, imagine that, it's in his head. And then the bond between a brother and sister as they grow up, hopefully they'll be able to tell their kids this story as to how Trey protected his sister and took that piece of shrapnel on his head, survived. And then maybe it, in this crazy world that we live in, maybe there's a pathway here where he's inspired by, visiting eagles. I don't know what he's only 10, but maybe then in some weird way, his life, his career, his future is impacted in a positive way by getting to know people like A.J. Brown, our Philadelphia Eagles. You know what I'm saying? I think that's all part of life. You never know what a day will bring, but for this one family, they bring us inspiration. They bring us hope. And so I'm grateful to them. There's so much bad news in the world and so much tragic news, and we don't talk about the good news of the day and what's going right rather than what's going wrong.
So you mentioned Riley Gaines down there in Washington,
Yes.
Supporting the executive order being signed today. Well, she actually released today, I don't know, I think you mentioned earlier, it's National Girls and Women's in Sports Day.
Yes.
Which probably gives cause for why this is being done on this day. But she put together a great piece, Dawn, the value of women's sports. And I wanted to play back some of that if you're okay with it.
Yes, sir.
National Girls and Women in Sports Day. I just wanted to take a second of your time and tell you a little bit about what women's sports have meant to me. Playing sports at a young age and beyond, it has afforded me friendships that will last a lifetime. It's how I met my husband, actually. Playing sports taught me how to be a leader. It taught me how to set goals and work to achieve those goals. It taught me how to understand the bigger picture, how some things matter more than just yourself. Some things are bigger than that. All things, all skill sets that I'm utilizing in my life and the fight that we're fighting now.
It's honestly hard to imagine what my life would be like if sports were not a part of it. I was always super active growing up, involved in a lot of sports, and settled on swimming in high school and beyond. It has also given me some of the greatest blessings in my life, which are some of my best friends, and really the bond that you get from spending 20 plus hours in a week in the gym or in a pool with people is that you get a bond that is so strong.
Women's sports to me is a way that I can show and improve my natural God-given athletic
shot putter
abilities.
from West Virginia.
It's also a way for me to gain new friendships and work on my confidence. Women's sports can provide multiple opportunities for women, and that's why it's so important that we save women's sports.
And so today, President Trump is signing these orders aiming to protect females and women in sports.
What'd you play? Didn't you play a sport?
So I did. I ran track.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
What lengths?
Long 330.
Okay.
I did long. Yeah. So I did relays. All of that.
Were you doing hurdles?
So no, I didn't. I didn't do the hurdles.
my wife's family is all a bunch
Amazing.
of hurdlers. Yeah.
Yeah, that's.
I don't understand how they do it.
I know.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Especially as a guy. I particularly can't understand how they do that.
Gotta watch out.
Yeah.
But I think you speak about hurdles. Think about Riley Gaines. Think about Paula Scanlon locally at UPenn being subjected to formerly Will Thomas. And I think there's a lesson in this, whether it's Trump, fight, those who persevere. And so no matter what happens beyond our control, beyond your control, when you're facing these hurdles in life, I think what we learn from the Riley Gaines, why is she such an inspiration? Why is Trump an inspiration after, my God, 2 assassination attempts? There's one thing in life that you control. I used to have this on a saying on my refrigerator. The one thing that you always can control is your attitude. And I love the attitude of Trump. You know, the fact that he just got up there and nobody ever gave him a chance. Well, you and I did, but I'm talking about the media and the pundits and all of those swampsters. But for Trump, his attitude, he's going to get up, he's going to fight. Riley Gaines, you think about her attitude of a champion. That's the attitude of a champion, waking up and say, I'm going to fight. Paula Scanlon, same thing. And I think there's a lot of inspiration that we can find because we can lay in bed and never get out of bed and feel sad for ourselves, or we have the power to say, I'm going to get out of bed in the wee hours of the morning and I'm going to fight. That's what I do. That's what you do. So keep up the fight. God, I love you. That's for sure. But God bless President Donald J. Trump as he signs these executive orders. It was a promise that he made to all of us. Promise made, promise kept.
Pam Bondi sworn in, Dawn?
Pam. Yep.
Thank you, President Trump. I've known you for many, many years, and I will not let you down. I am truly honored that you have asked me to take on this role, and I will make you proud, and I will make this country proud.
Congratulations, Pam Bondi. Dom Giordano, another great day for you.
Well, thanks, Dawn. I want some hair tips from Pam Bondi's husband. My God, I want to freeze frame that, every follicle of it. Dawn, Michael Waltz, the National Security Advisor, has told us what Trump means about Gaza. We'll play that. And Tiffany Justice, Moms for Liberty, is at the round table around the executive order on the idea that we're going to move forward inside of the schools, stopping not just the transgender action, but the actions around the teachers' unions, et cetera. She'll break all that down, school choice, et cetera.
Yeah, because, I mean, they're filing lawsuits right and left. Great Dom show. It's all breaking today. That's it for me.
Hi, it's John DeMasi, host of Health Watch, a live call-in show airing every Sunday morning at 8 a.m. on WPHT. What would you do to protect yourself this cold and flu season? Well, medical hydration therapy at Innovative Medical Associates could help to boost your immune system. That's because vitamin C and other key nutrients are delivered intravenously, right to your cells. Medical hydration therapy may even lessen symptoms should you become ill with a virus or suffer with long COVID or post-COVID conditions. Dr. Molly Fantasia at Innovative Medical Associates prescribes a personalized treatment plan for every patient.
We are a medical facility. We treat our IV protocols or our hydration protocols as a medical modality.
Learn more about the benefits of medical hydration therapy at innovativemedicalassociates.com. And be sure to join Dr. Molly and me on Sunday mornings at 8 and again at 4 for Health Watch on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
Make Hatfield Pork the MVP of your big game party and bring home a super victory. You'll score big with winning recipes like Bourbon Street Bacon Pub Mix, Bacon Ranch Cheese Pinwheels, Chorizo Cheese Dip, and Pork Tenderloin Sliders. Now that's a Philadelphia Championship lineup. With Hatfield Pork, you'll dominate the flavor game because you have the same hunger to win as your hometown team. Get your big game day plan ready at simplyhatfield.com and put pork on your fork.
The following heartwarming yet informative scene is brought to you by Trust and Will.
Son, your grandpa and I used to work on this car together, and when I'm gone, I want you to have it.
Wow. Thanks, Dad. Doesn't count. What you need is a will. Luckily, Trust and Will makes it easy. Designed by attorneys, but customized by you can easily create a state-specific, legally valid document that actually counts. Now, let's let the engine do the talking, am I right? Start your will at trustandwill.com. Use offer code COUNT for 10% off and make it count. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. For details, see trustandwill.com.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our U.S.-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for autopay and e-billing.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
Impeachment, not making it up, called for by Al Green. What? Not the other guy, not the Guam guy. No, Al Green, his cohort. We'll play you that in a second here. What are the articles of impeachment about? He actually said for dastardly deeds. I don't read that in the Constitution. Must be on the back page. Dastardly Deeds. There it is, right there. It only took 2 weeks. He doesn't have them fully done. We'll play it in a moment. And we're going to play you Betsy Pringle on this day when we believe today or tomorrow the president is going to drop that executive order starting the dismantling, and this is a tougher one to write, I guess, of the Department of Education. Because, you know, he even believes that Congress has to be part of this, but you can gut it from the inside. You know, not the same thing as just getting rid of it. And people say, well, he didn't get rid of it. Well, you can't do it without Congress, but this will really limit what they can do. And it's Becky. Yeah, why did I say Betsy? I don't know. Becky Pringle, who went off here in Philadelphia.
Sorry for putting it up.
Yeah, in a manner that was just unbelievable. Also, Politico now admits, now we have information that they got $8.2 million from USAID. And I only saw this 5 minutes ago. Politico has been very anti-Trump over the years. This is over about a 6-year period. $8.2 million. Why is Politico? Why is that online publication? Why are they getting money from the USAID? Because they were doing whatever they wanted. Now, here's a moment where you don't need to be fearful. I commend President Trump, and I'll tell you what Mike Waltz said, for the vision to try to break things differently in the Middle East. But, you know, in your heart of hearts, we're not going to go into Gaza, take over Gaza, make Gaza the Riviera of the Middle East. So vision is one thing. We're not going to put American military on the ground there for snipers and Hamas and the rest of it. So I'm going to play you Mike Waltz, a national security advisor, saying what Trump means by this. And I think he's pretty much on point. It's fine to be bold with this stuff, but you have to realize in the Middle East, it is what it is. And that's not defeatism. You're not seeing any path there to these maniacs because it's so religiously based. This is their lifestyle. This is what turns them on, to attack Jews and to attack Israel. And the idea of putting them, it's also not America first. Face it, 855-839-1210. Do you agree with me? Or if you want to say, well, Dom, I agree with the first statement, Trump is using this as some kind of breaking the logjam. Yeah. But he's not seriously going to turn Gaza into the Riviera of the Middle East, even though it's on the Mediterranean. In fact, here's a guy I really admire, National Security Advisor Mike Waltz, just a few moments ago, Cut 24. Here's what he said.
I mean, you have literally nearly 2 million people living in a place that has thousands and thousands of unexploded ordnance and bombs. It's in some places like a minefield. You have buildings that are collapsing and unsafe. You have no sewage, no running water. It has become completely unlivable with this war that Hamas started on October 7th. And I, as a veteran, can tell you it is despicable and sad that groups like Hamas, Al-Qaeda, ISIS literally sacrifice the lives and the livelihoods of their own people to achieve some type of ideological gain. But I think what the president is just acknowledging as we've been looking at this over the last weeks and months, and frankly, he's been thinking about it since October 7th and that war is, you know, everybody's heart breaks for the Palestinian people across the region, and rightly so, but he's not seeing any realistic solutions on how those miles and miles and miles of debris are going to be cleared, how those, you know, essentially unexploded bombs are going to be removed, how these people are physically going to live for the at least a decade, if not longer, it's going to take to do this. So the fact that nobody has a realistic solution, and he puts some very bold, fresh, new ideas out on the table, I don't think should be criticized in any way. I think it's going to bring the entire region to come with their own solutions.
All right, that last part I agree. My only criticism is we're not going to turn Gaza into the Riviera or Vegas. But Chris Matthews, it is a lot of fun with this. Dan has Chris Matthews on MSNBC, Dan, saying that Trump wants to turn Gaza into Atlantic City.
The idea of bringing an Atlantic City to Gaza is crazy. By the way, go to Atlantic City. Go to Trump Tower, what's left of it down there. Go look at the gambling houses. Look what had happened the last time Trump tried to start a Riviera, a new Atlantic City. Take a look at the old Atlantic City and where that ended up. It didn't work. It works in Vegas. It didn't work in Atlantic City. And now he wants to create this Mecca with Hamas becoming hospitality people as waiters and stuff like that and chambermaids. Are you crazy? This is a crazy idea.
All right. So, again, I'm handling this by saying this is an idea thrown out to shake things up. How are you handling it? 855-839-1210. You don't have to salute and say, well, Trump said it. It's going to happen. You don't have to be in the camp that Chris Matthews and others might be, that he actually means that Hamas are going to be chambermaids and stuff like that. And it's going to be AC or Vegas or the Riviera. I think there's an easy middle ground here. It's to shake things up. That's it. Now you can say, well, why not just try to do that? It's the style. That's the way it's going to go. That's the way you're going to see it. But it is preposterous if this is going to turn out this way. There's a reason why this has not been solved. And it's not just bringing fresh eyes to it. I gave it a reason, what you're dealing with here. Now, could something be done to mitigate that? Arguments, this is kind of a 20-year experiment that Israel did to give them the land, and all they did was arm it and go with Hamas. And that's what they're going to do. What would be the incentive? What do you come up with? Here's what people can't face. I'm not sure if Trump faces it. He's the ultimate pragmatist. I guess he would get this. I get it after being there. You can't give people something like that. They're telling you what they want. They want Jews dead. They want Israel gone. If you're willing to give them that, then we can talk. If you're not willing to give them that, then you have to take them out. That's what it comes down to. I don't know if it's a South Philly situation or what. I accept things like that. I accept them and operate from that premise. They're telling you the truth for years. That's the only thing they want. They're crazed. They're maniacs. They're killers. They're losers. And I don't see how you would be able to rehab that. And I'm certainly not in favor of putting American military in there to be shot at. Look at Joe Biden's peer. Remember that nonsense? It's dangerous. But I think Mike Waltz is getting at, Trump is talking about something else here to shake things up, that we can't just go back to what this was after all this. Okay, that's a vision. That's something you can say. How can you go back to the same thing? So 855-839-1210, you get a line. AT&T and Verizon Wireless, all you have to do is just push pound 1210, and we'll get you on board. Now, we're hoping that it's either today or tomorrow, and I think there's some hurdles with this because Congress would actually have to take out the Department of Education, but President Trump wants to cripple it so that it can't cause the mischief that it's causing. Who are the people in favor of the Department of Education? Well, Randy Weingarten and Becky Pringle. Becky Pringle is not a potato chip. She's the leader of the NEA.
Debatable.
And here's what she did. And I guess it was just this past summer, right? Yeah, because the Bidens were going to come, but there was a picket line. They held their big convention. I think it was just July or so here in Philadelphia. And here's her speech, if you call it that. This is the leader of the biggest teachers union, the fans of all the stuff. There's a Gallup poll out today. Public education is rated lower than it has been in the history of the country. I don't know how anybody can rank it even decently. They may go to these fancy public schools in some suburban area. But if they're anywhere else, how in the world would you rank what they're doing as anything but they're fraudulent? I mean, they're absolutely fraud. They ought to be prosecuted for fraud. But here's Becky Pringle rallying the troops.
Let's keep going. NEA delegates, we can do this work. We must do this work. We get to do this work. We will do this work because our students are depending on us.
Oh, well, hold it for a second there, Dan. I'm not sure if Henry's more of a fan of The Office than you, but anybody that's a fan of The Office, this is Dwight Schrute getting up there using the Mussolini speech because he had nothing else. Salesmen of the world, unite! Yeah, exactly. That's
a
what
great
it's like.
comparison.
That is perfect.
Yeah, it's perfect. We have to intersperse that and Betsy Pringle. And if you're not on YouTube, you're missing all the action. This woman gone off. And Dan, she has some themes, some words she wants to say, and she just keeps saying them, even if they don't fit. It's like Dwight got to page 21, it was cut off, and he just continued to do what Mussolini said.
Never-ending fight, I say to you, and you will understand that it is a privilege to fight.
Students are depending on us to win all the things.
All the things.
NEA, we have to win all the things.
We are warriors. Salesmen of northeastern Pennsylvania, I ask you once more, rise and be worthy of this historical hour.
Our colleagues are depending on us to win all the things. Keep going, NEA, to preserve our democracy. We must win all the things. Delegates,
No revolution is worth anything unless it can defend itself.
All right, Dan, send it off to the prize people. You deserve the production elements of the year. I'm serious right there.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's a Pennsylvania one. I'm serious. Send that off and say it was my brilliant idea. Henry and I cooked it up and you just executed. Feel free to do that. Because remember, it's Pennsylvania. They have to know Dunder Mifflin. And they have to know that this happened here in Philadelphia with Becky Pringle. So these are the people that are behind the Department of Education. They would have you believe that the world is going to end now if the Department of Education is gutted or goes away. No, it won't. They just won't have the vehicle to do all their nonsense. And these battles will be fought at the state level and local level where they belong. All right, let me give you the side question. Emerson, Lake, and Palmer, I would say a pretty major group, ended as a group on this day. So we're sitting around yesterday, and Dan suggested Lucky Man is the only song I know them for per se is Lucky Man. I don't know if anything else that jumps to mind. It's
From the Beginning, which I'm not very familiar with.
Okay.
The Fanfare for the Common Man, which you know.
Yeah. Fanfare for the Common Man. That's often used by politicians. I didn't know they did that.
Well, I think it's just yeah, it's not.
Okay.
Like, they're not the originals. They're just doing it here, yeah.
So
Aaron Copland was the one that composed
That's
it.
right.
Yeah.
We're looking for somebody, something, some group that is just plain lucky. Male, female, fictional. Dan, I'm going to go all to the gut with this one. I'm going to say anybody born in this country as an American citizen. Let's think about it. We could have been born in Afghanistan. Or Sweden. That's even worse. Or soccer. We could have been born in a soccer country. Imagine that. Imagine how warped we would be. Imagine talk radio in Sweden. Lars, what do you think? Well, I'll make it even more local. I was lucky to be born in South Philly. I would choose no place else with all of its nonsense.
You wouldn't choose anywhere else?
Nope, I would
no
not.
Place else?
Where would you choose?
I don't know. Florida?
Nah, I wouldn't choose it even with the climate. It's tempting.
You're up on the beach, you know?
Yeah.
Get some sand in your shoes.
Yeah, you have that from the shore. So I would say South Philly. But Dan, what's yours?
How about first off, I'm gonna take off a person who we often play clips of. I don't have anything queued up for her, but she's definitely a lucky woman because I don't know how the hell she ended up where she is, being Joy Reid. I watch her show as a producer, and I'm like, this isn't good. Like it's not only are her opinions way radical, but it's just not a good show. I don't know how she got there. I consider her a lucky woman because I don't know how else she got to where she is.
Well, then there's the hairstyles and hair colorings. They change every half hour, it seems like. Okay, that's a good one.
Also, lucky man, currently in the news, and Henry's going to like this one. You might not, though. Rob Pelinka, the GM of the Lakers, lucking into Luka Doncic for his first-round pick.
Yeah, he's lucking into
washed-up veteran.
Yeah, we'll see when this guy washes up on a beach like a beach whale there in Malibu. Oh, maybe I wasn't right.
What a BS trade that was.
Okay.
Reverse it. Reverse
that,
Silver.
Is that luck or is that a guy fleecing his friend?
No, it's luck. It's luck. It's you were the one that was first on my favorites list. I wanted to call to give away Luka to.
They somehow or another kept it only between two people, it seems like, which is
because they were best friends.
Shop him around.
Yeah, but still, it's very hard that
they screwed him out of $110 million plus by not giving that Supermax. Re-sign the dude to a Supermax. Shop him around. You can get 5 first-round picks, 3 people that turn into stars. If you waited a couple weeks, this is a rush, and Pelinka lucked into getting just the deal of a lifetime here in the NBA.
I don't think it was rushed.
I don't think it was either.
What do you mean it wasn't rushed? Jason Kidd, the coach, wasn't even aware until when he claimed the 11th hour.
Well, he doesn't have to know. It's
He doesn't
all in the
have to
front
know.
office.
Oh, come on, Henry.
I kind of like that the coach doesn't have to know. Who's yours, Henry?
Yeah, so how about I take the luckiest man on the face of the earth off the board? That would be Lou Gehrig after he delivered his speech after his final
that would have been a
game.
winner, yes.
Yeah, and then another one I'll take off, those Kansas City Chiefs. At the end of the game, they seem to have all the luck. Hopefully not this Sunday.
Oh, my goodness.
Not this time.
All right. Also, NFL note coming up. What will the NFL not include? You will not see it on the Super Bowl field or in this coming up, the big game, so to speak. What will be missing? I'll tell you what that is, but get on board. Something who is very lucky. Lou Gehrig is an excellent one. I thought Americans might beat. I don't know, Lou Gehrig. I admire that guy so much. Imagine he's saying how lucky he was. Apparently, they now think he got beamed 7 times. He got beamed point blank sliding into second base. That may have been the causal element of Lou Gehrig's disease rather than some other
Chase Utley's in trouble.
Yeah, but sliding into second base, getting hit really, didn't wear helmets. 855-839-1210. Democrats saying they're taking to the streets Kerosene Maxine Waters, as she's often known. Led the charge when she came on my show during the L.A. riots. I actually got her on. She said, those are not stores. They're Korean businesses.
Oh, what?
Yep. Oof. I don't know if we can find that cut. It must be preserved somewhere. In other words, they're Koreans there, so we're not counting them. Meanwhile, the Koreans were up on top of their stores, heavily armed, in the middle of it.
Oh, my God.
I had her on the first night of the riots when they really hit. I don't know how I got lucky. I was on midnight then here. And I just kept calling the office, calling, and she picked up, and she's on the air, WWDB. Oh, my God. 855-839-1210. That's how you get in.
Sports has become more than just a game. For some, it's a passion. For others, it's a way of life. And it amounts to billions of dollars. On the next Odyssey Conversation, big games, big money. We go behind the scenes and take a look at the people and the financial power of the sports industry. Listen this Sunday morning at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and on the free Odyssey app.
Attention! Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-859-5500. 800-859-5500. Again, that's 800-859-5500.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to end your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other IRS actions. Make sure you're getting the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima today for a free confidential consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
Free speech lives here with Kale and Company weekday mornings on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
All right, it's Dom time here. Good Wednesday, 855-839-1210. You get on board. All right, so the NFL will not include the end racism message in Super Bowl end zone for the first time since 2021. Some of the other things that were around that were, I guess that was George Floyd's summer or right around then. They will put in one end zone, choose love, and in the other, it takes all of us. So I don't know how people would take the choose love part. Either one of them kind of innocuous, but not end racism at the Super Bowl. And I have some great odds here. I'll give you one. This guy, Josh Barton, puts out this great, they're kind of prop bets, not just with the Super Bowl, but with anything. Here's one that he has out. It says, let's see, what will Trump say first? Which city will Trump mention first? Will the winning team visit the White House? Yes is minus 3,000. No is plus 900. I might put that down if they let you bet on the Eagles. I still don't think the Eagles are going to visit the White House. I'm telling you, they're not going to do it.
Why? What gives that inclination?
This city is against it. They were against it before. They didn't do it just because of the kneeling. It's because of the ideology around the team. I don't think Jeffrey Lurie's going to go to the White House. What's changed? You guys, okay, you're in that, Henry? You're betting they are?
Time has changed.
Yeah, time has changed. Time heals all wounds. I think people are calming down a little bit on the political rhetoric, if anything, and we can go back to the White House and not have it be a political statement.
That's a debate in itself.
That's
whether or not we're calming down political rhetoric.
Look at what just Trump's done. When I get out of here at 11 o'clock, I take a look at the news in just 20 minutes. It's like, my God, it's wilder than ever.
Well, the news is one thing. I think people regularly have just stopped watching the news, so they don't get riled up about this stuff.
I think they are. I think your Democrats are just ineffectual. They don't know what to do. But as far as people antagonistic towards Trump, Yeah, I think it's
I don't
still.
mean this as a negative. I think Jeffrey Lurie's a publicist first, and
Right.
he's concerned about the image of the Eagles and what looks best for his organization. And I think back then he did his formula, and what he came to was it would be best to not be with
Based
Trump.
on what?
Black Lives Matter, the kneeling, the entire situation. Online commenters would have torn down the team and torn down him for appearing by the side of Donald Trump. But now it's a different time, and you see, as I said the other day, even Mark Zuckerberg has turned corner and come to Trump. And I think it's a populist kind of attitude. It's a PR move to show support of Trump at this point.
Well, Trump is antagonized, too, by talking about the Kansas City Chiefs, by praising them, by acknowledging their win. He hasn't done it with the Eagles.
Well, because the Chiefs have won the last two.
No, I think he did it because they went to the White House or would go to the White House. All right, we got this. Is going to be interesting. Another reason for wanting to see the Eagles win, to see what happens. I think there'll be a long drag-out period, and then everybody will forget about it because it's embarrassing. I don't think things have changed that much. Democrats just are reeling. He's flooding the zone on them, and they don't know where they are and how to fight back in any effective way. They're actually saying they should be like Andrew Cuomo in the fight back.
I don't think radical progressives hold the weight, the power that they did back then.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I still think they do. I mean, look at who they elected to be the DNC, what those people were saying on stage. David Hogg is the most radical anti-gun guy in the league. The Malcolm Kenyatta guy is radical even for Philadelphia.
But look at the reaction after it. I mean, it wasn't.
I don't think that
crazed,
inspired anybody.
Yeah,
except the people that are there.
Most people were just kind of like,
guffawing
at it.
What I'm saying is their leadership, at least, they're not.
Well, their leadership is.
Well, I mean, they're not.
Kamala Harris and Joe Biden as president.
Okay, they're not backing down. I don't think they are. I think they're just trying to figure out what's the issue they can possibly do something with. All right, so we'll have that ongoing. 855-839-1210. I get the theory. I mean, the Panthers went there, and they all dressed up like Trump. I just can't imagine him standing there, given Philadelphia, et cetera. Although the mayor is not keen on the sanctuary city, is not saying anything like that, has not gone forward with that. There's that. All right, Pam Bondi has just been confirmed, was at the White House with President Trump. And then Bondi said that she wants to release the Epstein files. Here's okay. She wants to release the Epstein files, the client list. And I think most people want to see that. Now, my fear, we'll have them on if it does get released. Alan Dershowitz was the attorney. Dan, do you remember when Dershowitz said on my show, but I kept my pants on the whole time?
Yeah.
He was talking about massages or something there. And he did say that.
Or something like that.
Yeah, and he did say it, but I kept my pants on the whole time. That was a direct quote. So there's that. So who's holding it up if Pam Bondi wants to release it? I don't know. I know President Trump is somebody who was smart enough to stay wide of this guy, even though he was a guy that he met in New York. He was big time in New York.
I mean, I hate to
Epstein.
say this is a bad look for Trump if he doesn't let her release.
Well, yeah, it is.
If Bondi's publicly saying, let's release it.
Which I'm surprised.
And then Trump's going to be
right.
I mean, that would give the impression that Trump is concerned about something in that file implicating
exactly.
him.
So that would lead us to believe that maybe they are going to release this, and we're wanting to see not Prince Andrew, but Bill Clinton, and how much Bill Clinton is all over this and the reverberations. I'm surprised Bondi said it if Trump hasn't agreed to it. So we'll see if he does. All right, let me take Gary in Newtown. Gary, what do you have today?
I've got somebody that is worth $420 million out of Hollywood. That was 2020 numbers. Signed a $250 million deal with Netflix. Was in 61 movies. Started at SNL in 1990. He's probably the worst actor I've ever watched. Adam Sandler.
He is pretty bad. But I'll tell you this, Dave. Have you seen that film? And I forget the title, but he plays a talent scout for the Sixers going to European Hustle. I think he's pretty good in that.
I actually, my wife, it's one of those contentions in her home. My wife will turn something on. I go to a different house.
All right. I agree with you about Sandler, though. I didn't know he was that wealthy.
He's hilarious.
Oh, my God.
Happy Gilmore, all-time great comedy.
Oh, it's got some
Billy
decent...
Madison, fantastic.
Oh, not Billy Madison. It's got some decent moments.
51st Dates, one of my favorite rom-coms of all time.
Oh, yes. Oh, God. All right. Hit us with that.
Click, fantastic movie.
You may think they are not lucky.
Uncut Gems.
Or you may think they are. And coming up, Tiffany Justice, one of the co-founders of Moms for Liberty, was inside the Trump roundtable to plot this executive order on getting rid of, which one is it? The Department of Education. She's next on Talk Radio 1210.
On down the line,
Attention! Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-885-1010. 800-885-1010. Again, that's 800-885-1010.
Weather sponsored by the Piazza Auto Group.
It will be a dry day today under mainly cloudy conditions. High temperature up around 38. For tonight, a winter weather advisory goes in effect. Some snow, sleet, and freezing rain overnight, a coating to an inch possible with a low near 30. And for Thursday, some early morning freezing rain changing over to plain rain with a high 42.
Purchase the all-new Acura ZDX with an incredible 0% financing for 72 months, plus complimentary charging bundles. Visit Piazza Acura of Ardmore, Reading, or Westchester, or shop piazzaacura.com.
A new president is sworn in. America's greatness is being restored. And there's breaking news every minute. Now, tens of millions of Americans are turning off Fox and CNN and tuning in to Newsmax for the breaking information they really need to know. Reuters Institute says Newsmax is one of the top news brands in America. Find it yourself on all major cable systems and on your TV or smartphone store. Just download the Newsmax app for free and start watching. You'll get great shows with Rob Schmidt, Greta Van Susteren, Rob Finnerty, and Carl Higbie, and more. Find out why millions of Americans have made the switch. Even President Trump says Newsmax is terrific, and he's watching. So make the switch to Newsmax. Check us out on cable and satellite TV or download the Newsmax app today. Watch us anytime, anywhere. Remember, Newsmax is real news for real people.
Taxes was not knowing your full financial picture. Now Taxes is getting and maximizing your refund all in one place. Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get you the most money back, guaranteed. Then you can do more with all that money, all in Credit Karma. Now this is Taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. Get started today. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
Eggland's Best, the only eggs with more fresh and delicious taste, plus superior nutrition. Eggland's Best, better taste, better nutrition, better eggs.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
We are the heirs of all who did this work before us. We must keep going. NEA delegates, we can do this work. We must do this work. We get to do this work. We will do this work because our students are depending on us to win.
Salesmen of northeastern Pennsylvania, I ask you once more, rise and be worthy of this historical hour.
All right, in one corner, imagine this debate. You have Becky Pringle, of the NEA, and you have Tiffany Justice, co-founder of Moms for Liberty. What would the odds be on that since it's the big game week? Tiffany Justice, welcome back to Philadelphia. Thanks for joining us.
Hello?
Hey, hi, Tiffany. Welcome back. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you so much. That cut out for a second. I apologize. So I would, if you're a betting person, I'd put your money on me.
Now, wait a minute. Well, I would tell you this. Becky Pringle's one thing. Randy Weingarten, I've had on several times. I don't know if you guys have ever debated or gone back and forth. She's much better and much more difficult and much more of a menace. She actually got results. I don't think Pringle did.
Well, Randy's she's an interesting lady. I still think I put my money on the money on me, honestly, because the truth is on my side.
Yeah,
Here's the bottom line. Parents have the fundamental right to direct the education and upbringing of their children. And for too long, union bosses have led to learning losses. When unions are in charge, kids don't learn. And if they cared about literacy, then we would have higher literacy levels. But the new NAEP scores that just came out, 2024 NAEP scores, showed that only about 30% of eighth graders are reading on grade level. Let me hit you with another statistic. Wisconsin. Only 5% of black students in fourth grade in Wisconsin are reading on grade level. So my question is, what are they doing all day? And why do the unions not care about the fact that our kids are failing in school?
Yeah, in fact, this is the template for what President Trump is going to sign, Tiffany. And I know that you've been at the White House at this one roundtable. What is the hurdle here crafting this executive order versus the others? Is it Congress has to get rid of the Department of Education? So they're trying to come up with a way to dismantle this for now, even if it's still out there on paper.
Yeah, I think that I've always said, I don't think it's abolish. I think it is dismantle. I think eventually the goal is to get rid of the Department of Education. But right now, I think we need to take incremental steps to eliminate the power, control, and money spent from the federal government to the state. So you're right. I was with the president, some governors around the country, Governor Sanders, Governor Lee, Governor Landry, Governor Youngkin, talking about how the states can take the money in. And let's remember, this isn't like federal money. There isn't some federal funding tree we pluck money from. This is the taxpayers' money. So this is about giving parents back the money that they're sending to Washington and putting it in their hands so they can use it to best meet the needs of their own children. And parents are the best experts for their kids. They know what their kids need. And so that's what the governor said. They said, sir, block grant this money down to us. Let us use it the way we know we need to use it. And then ultimately, school choice, giving power to the parents to be able to take their tax money and use it and apply it for whatever school aligns with what they want for their children, including their value system.
Now, Tiffany, you just said something you and I believe in and polling people believe in, yet the needle does not move. What do we do? What can Trump do? You're a real expert on this, to move the needle significantly on the issue of school choice.
Well, I think the results are going to speak for themselves. You have places like Florida. We have universal school choice now. I think it's important for people to know that when we got universal school choice in Florida, what I saw was the marketplace really responded to that choice. So if you're in a state, you don't have school choice, and you're like, wow, it'd be great to have choice, but I don't even know where I'd send my kids to school. Just know that once that universal school choice, the money's there, then the schools are going to open. You're going to see people that are going to open schools. But you're going to see kids are doing better in these schools. We're going to have higher literacy rates. Kids are going to like school, hopefully, and there won't be teaching in the home. In the classroom that's antithetical to the teaching in the home. So I think it's just really the results are going to show the way forward.
Well, I would tell you here we have a great Catholic school system. It's vast, et cetera. The problem is we don't have a Ron DeSantis, a Tiffany Justice to make the initial strike. It's got to be a state-by-state battle. But
you say that, but there's something called the Educational Choice for Children Act, the ECCA. It was introduced in the House and then and hopefully in the Senate. And then the president's very excited about signing it into law. And what that'll do is give parents tax credit. So if you have a crummy Democrat governor, they won't matter anymore. And school choice will be the law of the land.
Do you think that has support in the Senate?
Yes, I do. I absolutely do. And again, show me the legislator. And if there are legislators listening, I want them to really think about this. How do you defend the failure? Really, I want to know and understand that education isn't supposed to be a jobs program. It's not supposed to be feeding the Democrat machine. This is about kids and giving kids what they need. And, the truth is that the majority of parents, Republican and Democrat, want school choice. Democrat parents want to be able to choose where their kids go to school, too. So I think this is an issue where you're going to continue to see people coming together. It shouldn't be partisan. It shouldn't be political. It should be doing what's best for kids.
Tiffany, hats off to you and your group. You have struck a blow here, and we wanted to get an update on the issue of females in female sports, males not invading. The president signed that executive order today. But what I think is going to happen with a lot of these school districts, they're just going to ignore it. In other words, if they say there'll be penalties until they're targeted, they're going to fight this step by step. They're just not going to do it. You actually got a formula there through a judge where if there's a parent in that school district that's a Moms for Liberty person, we have some recourse. But what do you recommend now that Trump has signed this?
Yeah, so President Trump hasn't signed it yet. It's happening at 3 o'clock. I'm
Okay.
actually on my way over there
Okay.
right now. We have about
Okay.
20 Moms for Liberty and their daughters that'll be joining the president there. And so I think it's really important to recognize he's signing an executive order that bans boys and men from playing in high school and in college sports. There will be a funding loss for schools who end up, trying to go around what the president is saying. We have that preliminary injunction, as you said, in the 10th Circuit, but another court actually vacated the entire rule for Title IX. That means that the new Biden regulations, this idea of redefining sex to include gender identity and sexual orientation, that's gone. So they really have they do not have a leg to stand on. We're going to be watching school districts. Moms are going to be reporting back, and what you can expect is lawsuits. So if you're in a school district and you're violating the executive order, you're violating the Title IX regulations, there will be complaints and we will be filing lawsuits.
Good. Where do they go to find out about that and a myriad of other things with Moms for Liberty?
Yeah, so you can go to momsforliberty.org. On the lawsuit specifically, I would go to Southeastern Legal Foundation. They're the firm that represented us, public interest law firm. And then I have some exciting news I wanted to share. I'm actually joining the Heritage Foundation. I'm going to take what we've done. Yeah, I'm going to take what we've done at Moms for Liberty. I'm going to lead a parental rights coalition for all over the country. So expect great things, really lifting up other groups, making sure that we're getting dads in the mix. We need you dads. We need men to have their voices heard when it comes to kids and education. And I'm really excited to take the fight to the next level and to help President Trump to keep the momentum up and to accomplish what he wants to across the country.
When does that happen, Tiffany? When is that going to happen?
The Heritage Foundation?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm there now, sir. I have just started with them, so I'm very excited. I'm going to be a visiting fellow there, so I'll still always be supporting my Moms for Liberty moms. I love them so much. But, yeah, we're going to take the fight to the next level, and I'm really excited about it. The Heritage Foundation has been a leading conservative policy think tank. They're the outpost for Americans in Washington, and we're going to make sure we bring a lot more moms and dads to Washington, D.C. to support the president.
Absolutely. Well, Tiffany, please, in the loop for you, tell us anything that you need whenever you want to publicize something. We want to hear it.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Thanks, Tiffany. Tiffany Justice here, Dan. Everybody in the world's at the Heritage Foundation. So there you go. That is good news. That's really good stuff. And Moms for Liberty is like a cultural reference now. The guy over at Crossing Broad, his column, he said, when the kids today have to dress up as referees at elementary schools in Kansas City, where's Moms for Liberty when you need them? All right, so 855-839-1210. That's how you get in right now. You heard Tiffany Justice, so he signs it at 3 today. We were a little bit ahead. Jennifer Say is there. That's a woman who founded the clothing company to push back on this. So what is it the Central Bucks School District's going to do? I think they're just going to continue to fight it, just like these idiots over in Springfield want to attack their cops. I'll be paying a visit on Thursday. Special meeting so they can call cops white supremacists again because the cops want the thin blue line. The battle's joined in these suburbs. So are these school districts just going to roll over? No, you're going to have to go school district by school district, threatening them with massive fines to force them to stop this stuff. I differ. People are not rolling over. They are still. That's why Kamala Harris in the last election didn't roll over on this issue. She rolled over on fracking and everything else. The transgender thing, she was afraid to roll over on it. She stuck to it, even though it was a killer. So you're saying, come on, Dom, they're still not. Yes, they are standing on this. You have to beat them again, another doubleheader, and continue beating them and beat. I'm glad they're standing on it, because the more they stand on it, the more this issue is an entree with reasonable people to say, you can't be a Democrat. Look at what they're standing by. All right, 855-839-1210.
Weingarten accidentally endorsed abolishing the Department of Education. I don't know if you saw that.
She did? When was that, Dan? Yeah.
On MSNBC. Well, it's kind of taken out of context, but 11 seconds, Dom. Take a listen.
States and localities run education. They basically, that's where 90% of the funding for education goes. They already run it. They should run it. The federal government should not run it.
Oh, what?
Oh, yeah. Well, why do they fight for this? They fight for it because it's a one size, it's a vehicle, it's a vessel that has the power to disseminate this and threaten every school district in America all at once with the full force of the federal government. That's why they want it. It doesn't really do anything else except cause trouble, make things more difficult.
To win all the things.
And just think of these maniac teachers sitting there with this. That this clown is the head of the NEA. At least Randy Weingarten. And you heard Tiffany Justice. She's an infighter. I mean, we've interviewed her several times. I've interviewed her in person in New York. She's provocative. You know, it's hand-to-hand combat. But she's not nuts like Becky Pringle. I mean, my God. We do have her, though, Dan. She's on something we have complaining. She's talking about teachers' salaries are going to go down if we get rid of the Department of Education, I believe. And she makes about $500,000 a year. Yeah, it's cut 5. Here's what she accuses Trump of. Cut 5.
Where's the money going? Who's taking it? Are they trying to take that money that kids get for tax cuts for billionaires? What's going on? That's why we have to see what they're doing. It is illegal to take that money out of children's mouths and give it to billionaires.
Now, are there areas you think that could be improved or streamlined?
Oh, my God. My members, remember, Al Shanker actually didn't want a Department of Education. He wanted it to stay, one of my predecessors, he wanted to stay within Health and Human Services, HEW, because he thought it was more important to have the whole child focused on. So, of course, there are ways to fix the bureaucracy. Of course, there are ways to make things better. I mean, Elizabeth Warren just found millions of dollars of savings that could happen if people work together. But my point is this, and you just said it. States and localities run education. They basically, that's where 90% of the funding for education goes. They already run it. They should run it. The federal government should not run it. But if we want to try and make things better, like having different kinds of pathways for kids in terms of career and tech ed, the states and localities have not done this. I was a teacher, an AP history teacher in a career tech ed school in the 90s. We have to change. We have to make these.
Enough of the always, we have to change. We have to. Now, they like this vehicle. They like the vehicle because it's a force that puts a fear of God into these school districts. Now, we'll see. I'm monitoring Central Bucks School District. Karen Smith, report for duty. What are they going to do with this executive order on, they've already said, no, if you're gender fluid, you can play on the boys' team and the girls' team. It doesn't matter. They're not giving up on this easily. 855-839-1210. That's how you get on board. Coming to you for more calls. Time to celebrate American Heart Month with Rescue Natural Supplements. For nearly 40 years, Rescue Omega-3s have been providing people with the essentials to fortify heart health, reduce inflammation, and support healthy cholesterol levels. Now's the best time to dive into Rescue's February special. Right now, Rescue's most popular products, their premium omega-3 fish oils, are buy one, get one free exclusively for radio listeners. Just use the listener code OMEGA50 when you place that order. Call them today at 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. You'll speak to a knowledgeable product consultant, or use that code OMEGA50 online when you visit res-q.com. The website, res-q.com. And don't forget that code, OMEGA50, when buying one bottle of Rescue Omega-3s to receive a second bottle free. Again, use the code OMEGA50. Fortify your heart, support a healthier well-being with a Rescue Omega-3.
There's no need to wait. The time is always right at Colonial Hyundai. Hi, it's John Ashdale, the Cars Are. Today's the best day to buy a new car at Colonial. We have over 200 vehicles in stock. New Palisades, Konas, Tucsons, and the exciting EVs that have taken the world by storm, the Ioniq 5 and 6. We understand that everyone's needs, budgets, and challenges are different. But here at Colonial, we take the stress out of buying a new car. Big incentives, like $6,500 for your trade, guaranteed no matter the condition. The best financing in the business, no matter your credit, with rates as low as 0%. Plus, we streamline the buying process so you can be in and out of our dealership in no time without any unnecessary hassle or waiting. So why wait? Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com or visit us on Lincoln Highway in Downtown. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
0% financing applies on select 2024 new Hyundai models. $6,500 for your trade, not available on EVs. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for more details.
Win big this winter with CNC Heating and Air Conditioning's win-win deal, offering the best HVAC value on new installs to keep your home warm. Save thousands instantly with no equipment markups, extended 10-year warranty, rebates, and tax credits. Plus, CNC makes budgeting for your new system easy with 0% financing options. Schedule an estimate today with CNC Heating and Air Conditioning, your local York certified comfort experts, and start saving today. Visit cc-hvac.com.
Offers only for new installations through February 28th.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
D&K Appliances is a family-owned and operated business for 3 generations located in Newtown Square and Flowertown. D&K Appliances offers one-stop shopping, providing delivery, installation, and service of top brands like GE, Thermador, Wolf, Bosch, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, and Whirlpool for your kitchen or laundry. D&K Appliance sales associates are industry experts, supporting customers every step of the way. Visit D&K Appliances, the dependable difference. Newtown Square and Flowertown showrooms, or visit DKappliances.com.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. It's no wonder that ZipRecruiter is the place for skilled skydiving instructors, accomplished airbrush artists, and proficient pediatricians. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter to hire, you're missing out. ZipRecruiter is the place that's so confident it can make your hiring easier that it lets you try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. So if you want the right candidates for all your roles, ZipRecruiter is the place to go. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
All right, time to your Dano show, and we haven't seen Matt Rooney's going to be here at 1:30 today. We haven't gotten an update. I'll ask him about it on Phil Murphy. Murphy, as we said the other day, clearly, I know this is hard to believe. You got to understand these maniacs with money running for president in 2028. That's what he's doing. So he's taking this outlandish stance of putting out there that he has someone illegal living over his garage. Then he has one of his minions say, well, not really. And then he lets it up in the air to see what Homan's going to do. And Homan's smart. He's not rushing in there with somebody who's marginal in this whole thing to give Murphy. That's when Murphy wants to pounce with the idea of how outrageous these deportations are, and he's the one standing against that. That's what his play is. I know that's down the road, but yeah, that's what he's running for. And using this woman in that manner, doesn't care. I mean, it's not about helping the woman at all. We made that point. But Matt's here because he was on the panel of the Republican debate last night. And I'm going to ask him because I like Jack Ciattarelli out of the 4 people. But there was a question about the transgender stuff. And Ciattarelli kind of deflected into talking about, I'm going to be the rights of all Jerseyans, something like that. People were trying to out-Trump Trump as far as being with Trump, which in the primary, I think, is exactly where they ought to go. Then when we get into the general election, we'll see where we are at that point in time in Jersey. Can you win the general election doing that? And the Democrats are very, very beatable. By the way, the U.S. Army has broken their recruiting record for January, which is after a Trump win, knowing that Trump's coming. Pete Hegseth there. We had yesterday Sean Parnell, who'll be the Pentagon spokesperson. So they had the most productive December in 15 years. That's all a good sign. It's a good sign of where we're moving forward on that front. I think why all of a sudden the most productive December in 15 years, post-Biden, Trump, Hegseth, Sean Parnell, people like that. All right, so we'll talk with Matt at 1:30 because I'm really following this Republican primary. We got to get the right person, and I think they'll be the next governor. And that will be a huge political story. It will make people feel, even in a place like Jersey, that all the wokeism, all the nonsense is ending and that they have more power. And if affordability is the issue that Democrats say it is, how can any of them win? They're the ones that cause this. Their policies cause it. All right, get in on the side question, too. 855-839-1210.
The good and bad with home improvement projects. The good, you save a buck or two. The bad.
Kevin, there's no hot water.
So you move on to the car.
Kevin, what's with the car?
Good news, you can recover from these.
Kevin!
Well, most all of them. But when it comes to your retirement, a mistake can be devastating. Call Joe Yakovich at JML Financial Group. He's been helping folks prepare for retirement for over 30 years. That's why he's able to correct your do-it-yourself problems before they're problems. Get your complimentary assessment of where you are now and look at some of the retirement boxes you haven't even thought of.
Kevin!
You can't YouTube your retirement. Call Joe Yakovich at 856-925-6674 or visit jmlfinancialgroup.com. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company.
Are you tired of high cable TV rates? Sign up for Dish today and get a $500 bonus offer while supplies last. Plus, lock in your price for 2 years guaranteed. Call All American Dish, your Dish authorized retailer now.
800-296-1251. 800-296-1251. That's 800-296-1251. Offers require credit qualification, 24-month commitment, early termination fee, and e-auto pay. Restrictions apply. Call for details.
Ooh, ma. What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud Phone System. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs. You sound very... Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to handle the busy holiday season, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees. Ooma. Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
The working families of La Una Labor District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Labor District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Laborers, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund.
New year, new ride. Start off the new year with Hessert Chevrolet of Cherry Hill, formerly Mall Chevrolet. Get fantastic finance and lease offers on a wide selection of new models. Whether you're looking to lease or finance, we have great deals to help you drive into the new year in style. Hessert Chevy of Cherry Hill offers one of the largest inventories in the area. For over 40 years, the Hessert family has been a trusted part of this community. Together, let's drive. Visit HessertChevyCH.com.
Hessert Chevrolet! Trust and Will knows that we'll all eventually need a will. How about right now? Trust and Will makes creating your will easy, like while you're lounging on the couch easy. Trust and Will is designed by attorneys but customized by you, and all documents are state-specific and secure. Find your plan at trustandwill.com and use offer code RADIO now for 10% off. That's trustandwill.com, offer code RADIO. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. Visit trustandwill.com for details.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our US-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, it is Dom time, and Democrats seem to think now this week they have found the issue, the hill to fight on, maybe die on. They're willing to do that, and that is this USAID. Here is Kaylee McGee White on, I think it was Fox, talking about inviting Democrats to die on that hill. Once the American people start to hear some of the stuff they've been doing, break it down versus their argument, they're the only thing that's stopping people from dying in third world countries. Here's what she said.
It's always amazing to me, Kaylee McGee White, when you're trying to justify it's only tens of billions of dollars. I mean, who cares, really?
Well, and if it's such a small amount of the federal budget, why is it such a big deal that Trump wants to cut those programs? Again, the logic here doesn't make sense. And, you know, I invite Democrats and the leftist media to die on this hill because USAID is such a perfect example of leftism run wild in our federal government. And the more attention they raise to the issue, you know, the more that Americans are going to start to see their priorities for what they are. There is no justifiable defense for these left-wing priorities that USAID has been funding for years. And so I'm glad it's getting the attention it deserves. They're just not going to find much public support from the American people on this.
That's exactly right. But here is Chuck Schumer. This is cut 9. This is what animated them yesterday. It wasn't anything else that Trump did. This is the thing that's unifying them to go nuts. Chuck Schumer now chanting, "We will win." Here's how it sounds.
I'm going to stand with you in this fight, and we will win. We will win. We will win. We will win. We will win.
Yeah, Trump's shaking.
We won't rest. We won't rest. We won't rest. We won't rest. Thank you, everybody.
And there was this New Jersey congresswoman, Dan, that I'd love to have on in studio. This is cut 6. I don't know her. LaMonica McCulver, Democrat, New Jersey, talking about that we will shut down the city of what she's actually calling now for civil disobedience. There's supposedly protest strikes across the country today on this. Here's this LaMonica McCulver from Jersey.
We will not take this. We will fight back. Fight back. Fight back. And as I close out, because I know we've been out here for a long time, and goddamn it, shut down the city.
Oh.
We are at war. Anytime a person can pay $250 million into a campaign and they be given full access to the Department Department of Treasury of the United States of America. We are at war.
Okay, let's see if you win on this USAID. Now, 1:30, Victoria Coates from the Heritage Foundation, just a spectacular guest, is going to join us. And we'll break down this USAID. We'll also talk to her about Tulsi Gabbard, RFK Jr., both now apparently on a glide path to being confirmed. I don't know if I fully agree with her, though. She's more gung-ho about the Gaza thing. And she is very respected, an insider, Philadelphian all the way through. But Trump is really not going to go into Gaza. That's not happening. It's to shake up the system, to offer other solutions to this. And I get it. What I've seen over the years that the average person does around all this stuff in the Middle East, by and large, is they don't want to hear it anymore. In other words, they're not on the edge of their seat saying, we want some big solution to this. They just think, does it never end? I don't want to deal with this. October 7th, that was different. That was so savage. And how these people like my alma mater, LaSalle, reacted to this, showed their true colors. But short of that, no, we're not going to invest all of this into Gaza and go down that path with American military there and snipers and everything else. There's no upside to that. So I commend Trump for trying to shake up and get away from the same old, same old. We can't go back to what it was. But I don't see us doing anything like. And you're not turning Gaza into the Riviera. I mean, it's clear to me when I have people tell me time after time after time, here's what we want. We don't want Israel there. So you have two choices. The Jews in Israel can leave or they can be killed. I take them at their word. I don't say, hey, what about if I give you some beachfront property? They don't care about that. Look at what they did with Gaza. Immediately, what do? They set about all these tunnels, weaponizing it, missile launchers in hospitals. That's what they want. You can dissuade a lot of people with economic success. Not these people. They're haters. They're losers. And there's significant numbers of them. Probably not the majority in Gaza, but even if it's 25%, that's what they want. You're not going to suddenly, just imagine, we'll have hotels here, gambling. It'll be like Vegas. They're not going to do that. It's obvious what they want. When people tell you repeatedly and act on it about what they want, I take them seriously. So my only other option is to try to help my ally stop them. Well, that's not such a great option. I agree. But picture Gaza. Now, Bill Devlin has been there, I think, 20 times. He talks about it all the time. What it's really like there. Yeah, you have palm trees and all, but you just have destitute stuff going on. You don't have a functioning government or anything like that. It's a base. It's like a military base. It's like an attack point, a launch point. That's all that they do every day. More tunnels. Yeah, but, if we change it around, get them out of there, and then make it into something else, no, you're not doing that. But it certainly did shake things up. And I'm so glad to see Pam Bondi confirmed. Those of you that were saying, I want Matt Gaetz. Oh, man, can you imagine what this would be like with Matt Gaetz? First of all, I know that Trump is persuasive to get his nominees over the finish line. You're not getting Matt Gaetz over the finish line. And Pam Bondi is brilliant and detail-oriented. She's already on top of stuff like saying we ought to release the Epstein file. If that gets released, that's going to be really interesting to see who's on that list and how it plays out. 855-839-1210. Side question, hit us with someone who's lucky. We've had really good ones. Dan, anybody on Twitter catch your fancy? That's someone who's lucky. One guy, Marcus Aurelius, I think, said his father, because he was born, that meant the father had a deferment, didn't have to go to Vietnam. That's pretty good, yeah.
Paris Hilton just said by Michael.
Yes. Yeah.
Thought that was a good one. Ryan Seacrest taken off the board.
Yep, definitely.
And how about Tom Brady?
Ooh.
How's he lucky?
He's got it all.
Yeah, but I mean,
Well,
that's not luck. We're saying you're lucky. It was more luck. That guy's as detail-oriented as anybody I've ever seen.
He got all the calls just like the Chiefs did back in the day, whether it was the
Well,
tuck rule.
he did get the big one, the tuck rule.
Yeah.
Yeah, if he didn't get the tuck rule, would the legend of Tom Brady have started?
Another one was D Ford in that, I think it was 2018 or 2017 AFC Championship game with the offsides call. That put them in the Super Bowl against the Eagles instead of the Chiefs.
But I mean, being lucky enough to be a 7th-round draft pick to a guy. Whatever the hell he was. I don't even
199.
know. And then having Bill Belichick as a coach, that
Right.
really built his career and made him the individual that he is. I mean, I'm not saying that
Having Drew Bledsoe get hurt, so he could get in the game in the first place.
It's kind of selling me on this answer here.
He's lucky.
The more you think about it.
Ends up with Giselle.
That's not-
ends up with Giselle is not.
She ends up with
phrasing.
him is the way I look at it. Right.
They didn't end up with any either.
Neither of them end up with each other. You know?
Yeah, exactly. Then there's the Uggs commercial he did, so that was lucky. 855-839-1210.
Isn't he dating Jennifer Aniston or something? Oh, it's Obama.
No, that's Obama. Maybe both. The Olsen twins will be mentioned at some point here. They usually are. All right, 855-839-1210. We'll talk with Victoria here around all this, and is Trump serious about this, and how would you do it? But the executive order being signed today is a big one, and how are these school districts going to respond? I'm waiting, though, on the executive order. I think it's tough to write this one on the Department of Education. You do need Congress to completely rid us of it, but you can make it so it doesn't function. I know that seems awful, but that's what the goal is. All right, let's go to Dave in Oakland. I think I know Dave's angle of who's lucky. I remember this name. Hey, Dave, good afternoon. Thanks for the wait. What do you have?
All right, Tom Selak from Croatia.
Okay.
All right. In 62, he got into a train accident off a bridge into a river. Some stranger saved him. In 63, he fell from a malfunctioning airplane and landed in a haystack. In 66, he was in a bus accident to a river and swam to shore. In 70, his car caught fire and got out before the fuel tank blew up. In 95, he was hit by a bus. In 96, he lost control of his car and landed in a tree. And he hit the lottery.
Yeah, the lottery, every time this comes up, when the hitting the lottery too at the end, the odds on this guy are in the billions upon billions and billions.
So just going through the order again. Train crash, plane crash, bus crash, car crash, bus again, car again, and hit the lottery.
Hit the lottery. The haystack, he falls into a haystack in the one. I mean, that's pretty remarkable. That's a good one, Dave. Thank you. Yeah, very lucky to put that in. Now, with the signing of this executive order today, some people are billing MAGA as the new feminist. So it brings up again, what's the definition? You know, we've gone through this multiple times. To be a feminist today, you really, according to the left, you have to be anti-feminist. You have to say to these women, you're going to have to train harder. Shut up. You're a bigot. Is Riley Gaines a feminist? Of course she is. By any definition that fits me. So is MAGA the new feminist? And the people on the left certainly are not feminists, because a feminist is not going to have women have to compete against someone who have that much of an advantage, both on a competitive level and a safety level. Are they? Well, they say they're feminists because these people truly are females in their mind or otherwise. So you're going to be hearing that today. And I think it's apt that these are the people that are actually, and look, whatever his other flaws are on this, Trump has advanced women into powerful positions. Caroline Leavitt is only 27. Pam Bondi is an example. Susie Wiles is chief of staff. So you can claim non-diversity, but there are a good number of women that are in charge of major areas here. Ones I just listed. Attorney General is probably the key of all the cabinet positions when you think about the things that can go on and have gone on, particularly in the last 8 to 10 years. All right, 855-839-1210. AT&T and Verizon Wireless, all that you need to do is push pound 1210.
$10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-390-1164. 800-390-1164. 800-390-1164.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
There's a town hall tonight in the Northeast for those affected by the deadly plane crash. State police are looking for thieves who stole $40,000 worth of eggs from a distributor in central Pennsylvania. And Eagle star A.J. Brown says he's playing Sunday for the 10-year-old boy hurt from debris in the Northeast crash.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
I'm Greg Devin, CEO of Independence Blue Cross. At IBX, we understand this city and what makes Philly so great. For more than 85 years, we've been proud to call Philadelphia our home, and we're proud of the Philadelphia Eagles.
At American Heritage Credit Union, our rates allow you to choose what works best for you. Save for your future with a 12-month IRA certificate at 4.20% annual percentage yield, or enjoy a shorter term with a 9-month certificate at 4.15% annual percentage yield. Learn more at AmericanHeritageCU.org. That's AmericanHeritageCU.org. Federally insured by NCUA. Not a member? Join today.
This Saturday morning at 10, tune in to a special edition of Your Radio Doctor with Dr. Marianne Ritchie. Get the latest news and information affecting your health and wellness. Your Radio Doctor at a special time, this Saturday, February 8th at 10 a.m.
Hey, Ambler. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Follow us anywhere on the free Odyssey app.
All right, Tom Giordano's show, and John Fetterman voted yes for Pam Bondi. I mean, again, people lecture me all the time. Why do you keep on bringing this up about Fetterman? He's the one that's compromising. He's the one that's showing the way here for Democrats of what they should be doing. They're not going to. And, even I don't agree. He even said the president's proposal about Israel was provocative. He didn't say negative. We should have taken this one off the board. Somebody asked me, Chris, was Donald J. Trump taken off? We never take Trump as an answer or the Bible. We're not, going to back and forth on that. All right, side question we try to remove into a little bit outside the box. So, yeah, we get, but Trump is only lucky. The assassin missed by a little bit. I get that. We're talking about broader luck, where you almost can't believe it, like Adam Sandler, even though Dan disagrees. Yeah, I think that guy could be worth it. No, Pete Davidson. Now, come on. Is Pete Davidson funny? Is there something I'm missing here?
I think he's pretty funny.
Oh,
yeah?
Come on.
I don't get it.
About the guy.
Does Pete Davidson look like a guy dating Kim Kardashian?
No, it is, for all the women he's dated, he doesn't look like he should be with any of them.
That's my point, exactly.
Yeah. No, I agree with that much. Yeah. He is lucky in that regard.
Yeah, okay.
He looks like the kid that wears a hoodie and puts his head down in the back of the classroom.
Yeah.
Oh, he's always sleeping. Yeah.
The history class, yeah.
Let's go to Joe in Columbus, another guy who's a lucky guy, without a doubt. He's on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Joe, welcome in.
Dom, Dan had to paint that image before you picked up my phone call. The guy in the hood back of the. Oh man, Dom. Last night when Trump designated he was going to make Gaza a Club Med, I had a couple of my nightly contacts gasp, and I instantaneously put a smile on my face when he said that, because I said, this guy's a step and a half, 2 steps beyond, and he's waiting for the first useful idiot to come out and react to this. And lo and behold, it's Chris Matthews. Sorry, Jimmy, but that was almost predictable.
Yeah, Atlantic City, that was a nice touch by Chris Matthews, wasn't it? Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, what do you Atlantic City, Club Med, singles, retreat. It's funny the spin they put on it, but that was the first useful idiot to bite, and I loved it. It couldn't have been more appropriate. So, they're there for entertainment value.
So you're in the camp where I am saying this is just to shake things up. He's not being serious that we do any of this, particularly American troops there.
No, Don, he has more important things to go to work on. Absolutely. He's not going to start hanging, the condos in Gaza.
The idea of bringing Atlantic City to Gaza is crazy.
Oh, man, he resurfaces. We need him back on MSNBC. He was in the Joy Reid spot, yeah.
I smiled inadvertently the moment that came on. I had a couple of friends contact me saying, oh, my God, what's he doing? I just said, just stay put. Stay put. Let it play out. And it played out beautifully so far. My side question, and it might be morbid, but it really hit close to home because I had a couple of survivors. One was a miracle because he should have been above the impact zone, was 9/11, the World Trade Centers, and everybody below those impact zones.
Yeah.
One of my better friends at the last minute, his wife said, it's our daughter's first day at school. Why don't you come with me and make a memory with, your kindergarten daughter? He would have been well above the 88th floor on the World Trade Center.
Oh, boy. Yeah, that French documentary, Joe, when the choice was to stay there, kid yourself, be burned alive, or jump, and you hear the bodies hitting the ground during the documentary, and the media just doesn't play that anymore. They stopped it after a while because it's so inspirational about what we're up against.
And it's everybody, you can't help but think, everybody below that was spared.
Right.
Everybody above, why was their fate cast,
Yeah, exactly right, Joe. A very good one. That's, the people that didn't go that day, et cetera. Now, Caroline Levitt has just answered, that the president hasn't committed to American troops being there, et cetera. Well, he didn't, per se, but that's what you'd have to do. He did talk about protection there. That's what you'd have to do if you're going to rebuild Gaza. I get it, the builder instincts and all, but it is preposterous. And resettling the Palestinians, you know what we're going to hear right away, ethnic cleansing. So you and I can say, well, why would they? In fact, the President Whitlow, with Hannity last night, the president's special envoy said, well, why would they want to stay there? Yeah, I get it. But as weird as it is, that's their sense of place. That's their sense of home. We all know somebody. We have a friend, Dan and I, we work with, whose mom still lives in Kensington, Dan, and doesn't want to move, can move. You know what I mean? He can't do anything about it. She's lived in that home God knows how many years, and that's it. Well, why would you want to stay in Gaza? It's their sense of place. Plus, any number of them want to kill Jews, so there's that. They are not going to easily just be and the other countries don't want them. Would you want them coming to your country? Jordan, for example, scared to death of what they would do in Jordan, and they're right. These countries don't want them. That's part of the problem.
You want some of that press conference from Gaza? I do.
Yes. Yeah.
On Gaza, the president has spent basically his entire public career criticizing foreign entanglements, nation building, sending American troops to fight abroad, particularly in the Middle East. This plan seems like it could ultimately involve all of those things. Can you explain this reversal and how building and owning Gaza squares with America First foreign policy?
I would reject the premise of your question that this forces the United States to be entangled in conflicts abroad. The president has not committed to putting boots on the ground in Gaza. He has also said that the United States is not going to pay for the rebuilding of Gaza. His administration is going to work with our partners in the region to reconstruct this region. And let me just take a step back here, because This is an out-of-the-box idea. That's who President Trump is. That's why the American people elected him. And his goal is lasting peace in the Middle East for all people in the region. And as I said in my opening remarks, we've had the same people pushing the same solutions to this problem for decades. And it's been made very clear to the president that the United States needs to be involved in this rebuilding effort to ensure stability in the region for all people. But that does not mean boots on the ground in Gaza. It does not mean American taxpayers will be funding this effort. It means Donald Trump, who is the best deal maker on the planet, is going to strike a deal with our partners in the region.
He did not.
Well, that's not what we heard. He talked about ownership of it down the road. Look, I'm willing to say that he's meaning shake things up with this. That's what Waltz said, that we're clearly not going to do this. But the idea, she's right in that the idea that the same things we've tried are not going to work with this, but that doesn't mean that this is not preposterous. All right? I get it. After a period of time, you throw up your hands because what do you do in this situation? And I gave you what the dilemma is. Now, if I'm sitting there as president, though, and I want to move everything forward, then I start to throw some stuff out there and see if something happens. Okay. But the problem is this is different than offering incentives to people. Dan, you've heard me talk about, maybe I've gotten jaded over years of time. Do you believe these people can have an incentive? Those that clearly say, we don't want Israel there. We've said it since, 1947-ish? We don't want them there. We're not going to put up with this. That's what they want. They don't want them there. Yeah, but what about this? You're going to have a life here or not? Nope. We don't want them there. We don't want them. We want them dead or out of there. Now, it's hard for people to accept. They're thinking, well, this is a miserable life. Just look at this place. It's all tunnels. It's all broken down. There's no infrastructure. There's no movement forward. These countries, even sitting on oil, can't move forward. Well, why? They're telling you why, what they want. Yeah, but that's crazy, right? I get it. I've seen this type of stuff. You have people that are irrational. That are coming at you. The only thing you can do is defend yourself. You're not going to convince them that this is irrational and isn't it better to have this better life? I think that's the real world. And I think all this other stuff just does not work. 855-839-1210. You get on board. Let's go to Chip in Lower Egg Harbor Township. All right, Chip, what's the dividing line between Lower Egg and Upper Egg?
Well, it's Little Egg Harbor.
Oh,
Township.
That's right. I forgot. Yeah, I see on the board Lower. Okay. What's the dividing line between Little Egg and Big Egg?
Well, it's Egg Harbor Township. It's the river. Great Bay and the Mullica River would be the line, I guess.
Oh, thank good.
I got down there, Dom. What the heck's going on?
Yeah, that's right. Oh, is Absecon in Egg Harbor Township?
We think Absecon's Atlantic City, kind of the same situation as Atlantic City in Absecon. Okay.
Now, is it called Egg Harbor because it smells like sulfur and eggs?
Yeah, that bad smell?
I think not necessarily. I think the name goes back to the Native Americans.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Sorry for all this tomfoolery. What do you have?
You're asking who's lucky.
Yes.
I'll tell you who's lucky. Every adopted kid is lucky. You never know how these kids are going to end up. As an adopted kid myself, I was adopted very, very young in life, and I'm the luckiest kid in the world, not Lou Gehrig, because without the two best parents that adopted me when I was a little tiny baby, I might not exist, or I would have been in foster care, or who the heck knows. And there's so many kids in this country especially that get adopted, and they are just lucky, because their life could have been a lot different.
Great, Chip. That is that is just touching. That is exactly on point. Yeah, absolutely. Well put.
That's it, man.
Thank you,
Great
Chip.
show. Love
Thank you, Chip. Thank you, Chip, very much. Dan, it's going to be hard to beat.
Yeah, that's a great answer.
I should have taken that. Note to self, next time you do Lucky, take adopted children off.
Between that and Joe in Columbus, man, this is a heavy side.
Oh, yeah. We'll have to get a fun one here outside of All right, we got a guy who, do I have time? Let me just take this here very quickly. Anthony, so you work with President Trump. You think he's being serious about Gaza?
Yeah, listen. If Donald Trump says that he's going to build on 49th Street in Philly, and it's going to be beautiful, hang your hat on it. It's going to be beautiful, and he's going to build on 49th Street. All right, there's nothing that this guy, his juices go when you say he can't do it.
Well, I admire that. I admire that usually, Anthony, but my juices say these people are telling you what they want.
The people are telling you. Well, he's laying down foreign policy. I mean, he wants. This is what Netanyahu wants, and this is what Trump wants.
Well, I don't think the American people want it. You seem to want it.
No, well, how is that possible? We want peace,
right?
All right. So, but listen, there's you put the Native Americans in the middle of the country called Oklahoma. Nobody felt that in the 1800s that they were going to thrive and be successful. You got to show them a way.
All right, thanks, Anthony. Wow, I appreciate the effort there. No sale though. Now Victoria Coates, one of our favorites. I don't know if she's on board with Anthony. We'll see. Got a lot of other stuff with her from the Heritage Foundation. She's next on Talk Radio 1210.
Weather sponsored by Robert Half.
It will be a dry day today under mainly cloudy conditions. High temperature up around 38. For tonight, a winter weather advisory goes in effect. Some snow, sleet, and freezing rain overnight, a coating to an inch possible with a low near 30. And for Thursday, some early morning freezing rain changing over to plain rain with a high 42.
9 out of 10 hiring managers are having difficulty hiring. Robert Half is here to help. Our recruiting professionals utilize an award-winning AI to connect businesses with highly skilled talent. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-207-4545. That's 800-207-4545. Once again, that's 800-207-4545.
When it comes to your home, trust is everything. For 45 years, Kitchen Magic has built a reputation for transforming kitchens with precision and care. From custom cabinets to countertops, backsplashes to storage solutions. And we get the job done fast. In just a few days, your dream kitchen becomes a reality without the hassle. So trust the name your neighbors have relied on for decades. Kitchen Magic. Get your free in-home consultation at kitchenmagic.com and let's cook up something extraordinary.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT from the Piazza Auto Group Studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations.
All right, you heard Anthony's take on Mara Gaza, as some people are calling it today. Dom Giordano's show. Vice President of the Heritage is Catherine and Shelby Cohen Davis Institute for National Security and Foreign Policy. Dr. Victoria Coates will be with us. Her new book, current book, is about this very situation of Israel winning, America winning. But she's been on with us just recently in the Gabbard Patel hearings, and I'm sure has a lot to say about U.S. aid, AID. Dr. Victoria Coates is with us here on Talk Radio 1210. Dr. Coates, Victoria, welcome back to town. Thanks for joining us.
Don, great to be with you. I actually prefer Gaza Lago.
Okay. Now, they cited you. It jumped off the page with me. I go by Selena Zito. Don't take Trump literally, but seriously. So are you taking him literally about Gaza in any way, shape, or form?
Well, I may have been one of the few people who wasn't actually surprised. I mean, I was surprised it happened last night, but I wasn't surprised by what he said, because the president has been saying things like this about Gaza since his first term. And it has always been deeply frustrating to him that such a beautiful piece of land on, the Mediterranean coast is such a basket case. And, that it has seemed just illogical to him that people are living there and not taking advantage of it. And so, a lot of what we worked on during the first term, the so-called deal of the century, what the offer that would be made to the Palestinians, involved developing Gaza. It involved, the Gaza Marine Project for natural gas, basic infrastructure projects. And I think that is naturally top of mind for him. And he's determined not to let October 7th happen again. And here's a way to do that.
Now, I've only been there once, and you are one of the best people in the world, particularly for talk radio. So I tread on dangerous ground, though. But aren't there significant numbers of people there, and when I was there, saying, we don't want Israel there, we don't want Jews there, they can leave or be killed? When people tell me that stuff, I'm from South Philly, I believe them, and I don't see how you can incentivize them. Plus, wouldn't it take American troops, and isn't this getting away a bit from America first, as frustrating as it is, to just say we're going to do the same old things? We got to do something different. I agree.
No, but I think you raise a series of legitimate questions, and here's how I understand what would happen. So in the Palestinians living in Gaza, you're 100% correct, have a horrendous radicalization problem. They have been systematically radicalized over generations by the very United Nations institutions that we have funded with U.S. taxpayer dollars. And it is hard to make that many people that vicious simultaneously that they achieved on October 7th. So that is real. So the solution appears to be that the people currently living in Gaza will be moved out of Gaza for a period. And I think the logical places for them to go are the Sinai Desert in Egypt and to Jordan. Both Jordan and Egypt are massive recipients of U.S. assistance, and they need to get to yes on this.
Can I interrupt and ask you, too? Now, not that I'm going to throw the crazy ethnic cleansing around. As crazy as it is, and Whitlow was on Hannity last night talking about this, why would they want to live there? They seemingly do, though. So does that violate anything we would physically move them out of there?
Well, but temporarily. So for some period of time, they will go to these other places where you can do the de-radicalization, which has been done effectively in Morocco, for example. I think the Moroccans, who are an Abraham Accords country, would be very willing to assist in this. While that is going on, because this is what the president was talking about, you clear out Gaza, you do the demining, you destroy the tunnels, and you essentially do what I would see not as a nation-building project, but as a real estate development project. And he was pretty clear about that that unless it's financed, and Caroline Leavitt just said this from the podium at the White House, that they expect the wealthy nations of the Gulf to finance this project. If they don't, for whatever reason, it's an investment by the United States, and we will own it and treat it like an investment property, which, of course, the president has all across the world. So I think far more likely the Gulf would pay for it. It would be, a local thing. It would be rebuilt for the people of Gaza. And if they wish, in a less radical state to come back and live there, that would be an option for them. And that is essentially the vision the president laid out.
And he would be doing this basically with what power? Would there have to be any other power involved? In other words, the removal out of Gaza under what agency? Under Israel, since Israel had control, that Israel would give the go-ahead to do that?
Well, and Gaza is a unique place in that the sovereignty over it is not established. It isn't Palestinian territory. The Israelis withdrew from it voluntarily in 2006. I suppose you could make an argument that Israel could claim it as sovereign territory, and that could be recognized. But right now, it's, I think, a very unusual circumstance in which that is not clear. So the movement of the Palestinians there's not jurisdiction over that. And I think in some cases it would be voluntary, that if you're being promised full reconstruction, going elsewhere while the construction is going on is a logical thing to do. And the governments of Jordan and Egypt, I think, could oversee that.
All right, you've thrown something in here that I wish we had heard yesterday, and you always do, and that is this de-radicalization procedure. We haven't heard anything like that other than the incentive of coming back, because as I told you, and I think maybe you agree, if they're not de-radicalized, all the incentives in the world and all this stuff is not going to matter.
100%. That's where we have to focus. That's why the president was correct to defund UNRWA and all of its subsidiaries yesterday. That was, a very important thing to do. It is broken. It cannot do this job. It doesn't want to do this job. It is part of the problem. And so, the Saudis also have significant experience with de-radicalization. They had their own problem, which contributed significantly to the 9/11 attacks on the United States. They have gotten after that. And the King of Saudi Arabia as the keeper of the two mosques and the King of Morocco as the defender of the faith have special resonance for this project. And so if you have serious buy-in of those two monarchs, I think there is a long way you can go to doing this. They know how to do it. They've done it before.
I was completely unaware of that, so I thank you. We don't hear anything like that. That's another book, the current book, The Battle for the Jewish State, How Israel and America Can Win. I wish you were standing there to explain this. That's not Trump's detailed orient on if that had been thrown out, the de-radicalization part of this, it would have been interesting. The media is still going to go after it, but it would have been more interesting. Is that the best plan that you can see, or is there something less gigantic that you think can be done, or it's going to take something like this in your view?
It's going to take something very different, and I think that is part of the president's calculus that we, for 50 years, have been insisting on this two-state solution, based on the 67 borders, that you can just recite these things like articles of faith. But it has never come to be. And, I would argue, I wouldn't want to put these words in his mouth. I would argue it's because the Palestinians aren't a nation. They don't have the institutions of a nation state.
They don't, exactly.
And so trying to make them one or trying to give them one is doomed to failure. And I think what he is trying to do is to propose to them a more comfortable, prosperous, secure life, that this is possible for them. He has in a very disciplined manner, stayed away from, a two-state solution, any kind of rhetoric like that, and has said, which I think is correct, that it is for Israel and the Palestinians to negotiate what that looks like. But that here he sees an opportunity for the United States to take the lead because heaven knows no one else has stood up, even those who have professed for generations their deathless commitment to the Palestinian cause. No one has stood up and said, okay, here's how we're going to solve this problem, besides the old tired formula. And he's just determined not to repeat generations of failure, and this is his proposal. So I think all those folks, including a whole bunch of Democrats in Congress who have been demanding a plan B or whatever the next day is for Gaza, instead of now condemning this, should say, okay, somebody put a plan on the table, something Joe Biden didn't do for 15 months. And here's a plan. And rather than condemning it, either we should present our own plan or get behind it.
Or moderations on this, within
Right.
this idea. You've given us a good look at articulating what this is that is different and not as wild sounding as we heard since last night. You have to be happy, since we last talked, that it looks like Tulsi Gabbard is going to, I don't know about a glide path if there ever is such a thing, but what about Kash Patel? How does that stand?
No, I think actually all three nominations. I think RFK Jr. for HHS, Tulsi Gabbard for the Office of National Intelligence, and Kash Patel for the FBI. It looks like all three of those are going to go through. And if I had told you that we would have, Secretary Hegseth in his chair, I guess he got in the last week in January, that we would have Gabbard and Kennedy and Patel in place the second week in February. Oh, and Pam Bondi in place the first week in February. Everybody would have told me I was crazy, but that is what has happened. And again, this is presidential leadership. This is President Trump saying to the Congress, I have a mandate. I was given it by the American people. These are the people I want. And quite frankly, the Congress has fallen in line.
They definitely have. Now, it was held in secret, right? The vote on Tulsi Gabbard, and yet we knew early on Susan Collins, who I thought usually is the hardest no vote on something like this, came out and said everything was fine.
She did, and I think Lieutenant Colonel Gabbard was very attentive to Senator Collins's concerns about intelligence sharing with the Congress as a former member of Congress. So I think that was very helpful for her. And I think she had a lot of very good conversations with Senator Todd Young of Indiana, who was another Republican holdout. You might recall he was not supportive of President Trump last year in the presidential. So he could have been a holdout, and he came around and voted for her as well. So I think there was party recognition that she is qualified. She is the president's choice, and it's their job then to confirm her.
Well, I don't know about you. I wanted to ask you this, though, due to your sensibilities on this. Pam Bondi, to me, already, and I've talked to her, had her on 3 or 4 times over the years, is the real star in this, in the key role, already talking about the Epstein file and things of that nature. And just how methodical and detailed-oriented she is, I think she will have a steady course as Attorney General.
Yes, I think General Bondi is fantastic. She was a rock star in Florida, very much a by-the-law constitutionalist. And the American people got to meet her and get to know that during her confirmation hearing, when she handled herself so professionally and with so much dignity, and then knowledge and seriousness. And so DOJ is probably, I could go down the list of all the departments I'd like to reform, but DOJ is probably in the most need of reform. It touches the American people, a great deal, and affects the way we live. And so I think getting General Bondi in place yesterday, I guess it was, we're in dog years now in the first couple weeks of the Trump term. It's hard to tell time, but getting her in place, getting Kash in place will be really, really great. And I'm so pleased to see those nominations come through.
Absolutely. Dr. Coates, thank you so much. The current book couldn't be more relevant to what we're talking about. The battle for the Jewish state, how Israel and America can win. Any audience with Benjamin Netanyahu while he's here?
Unfortunately, we are not going to have time to see each other on this trip, but he just appointed a very dear friend of mine as his key advisor for international affairs, Caroline Glick, who you may have,
yes. Over the years, I've spoken with her several times. Yes.
Carolyn is in place. She was in the front row for the presser yesterday, and so we are in very close touch, and it's great to have him in town.
Absolutely. Doctor, thank you. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Go Birds.
All right, you got it, Doctor. I should have asked Super Bowl score there. My fault. Nice work by Henry. Tip of the hat, getting her on a moment's notice, so to speak. All right, she laid out the Gaza thing much better than we heard. Is a real estate deal, de-radicalization. How long would you have to take them to these other countries? We do have leverage over these other countries in some ways, but the fly in the ointment, Dan, has always been, do you want them coming into your country en masse? And the answer in Jordan has always been no. They'll destabilize the country. That's what they're up to. So as you're trying to de-radicalize, they're trying to destabilize. There's a race there. So she put it in much better terms, but 855, what Anthony said, he just compared it to Native Americans on reservations or something. My God. 855-839-1210. More calls coming up.
Your weeknights are getting a whole lot better. With Jimmy Fallon, 7 to 10 p.m.
Back when I was a cab driver, trying to make my way in comedy and find some entree into television and radio and everything in between, I was writing articles, mocking sports culture and cancel culture and things like that. And they had booked me an interview on WPHT. They were the very first radio station to ever book me as a guest. We had a lot of laughs. So to be sitting here, 8 or 9 years later as a host in your lineup is obviously a really big deal to me personally.
Jimmy Fallon, now weeknights, 7 to 10 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire the largest injury firm in the world for your injury case? Let me count the ways. Your case will be handled by your lawyer, a paralegal, and a case manager who's always in the office for you when your lawyer's in court. There's also a 24-hour hotline if you ever have a question or a problem. We've collected over $20 billion and won a lot. Injured? The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
More appliances are sold in February than any other month, which is why you'll be bombarded by President's Day sale ads. Brands offer deep discounts to take advantage of this busy time. National Appliance Warehouse is driven to offer the lowest prices year-round, especially during the appliance industry's biggest sale. They'll leverage their massive buying power to guarantee the lowest prices for their customers and use Price Assured to deliver that promise. Your greatest weapon against paying too much for new appliances is National Appliance Warehouse with Price Assured. As always, our friendly professionals will match you with the perfect appliances and an enjoyable experience, all with the lowest prices.
The President's Day Mega Sale starts now at National Appliance Warehouse. Save an incredible 36% on select GE appliances. Browse an unmatched collection of GE, Cafe, GE Profile, and Monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
Hey, Eagles fans, this is Barbara Schreiner of the Dudette Dental Group, the official dentist of the Philadelphia Eagles. We want to wish A.J. Reed and the entire team good luck in New Orleans. Remember, get your smile parade day ready. Come visit us at PhiladelphiaEaglesDentist.com and smile like the birds.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
Save 60% on all window styles and pay nothing for 2 years. Now through February 28th at Window Nation. Schedule your free consult today at 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
Taxes was not knowing your full financial picture. Now Taxes is getting and maximizing your refund all in one place. Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get you the most money back, guaranteed. Then you can do more with all that money, all in Credit Karma. Now this is Taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. Get started today. See guaranteed details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
Boy, I guess. This is Coach Sirianni. Is Barbera the best? Boy, I guess.
I'm Gary Barbera.
I'm Gary Barbera.
Hi, this is Chad Lewis.
Go Birds!
Chiefs, Chiefs.
Super Chiefs! Barbera!
It's a stud.
Tell him, Brandon Graham. Boy, I guess. Go Birds! Oh, yeah. LSU.com. Boy, I guess.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. It's no wonder that ZipRecruiter is the place for skilled skydiving instructors, accomplished airbrush artists, and proficient pediatricians. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter to hire, you're missing out. ZipRecruiter is the place that's so confident it can make your hiring easier that it lets you try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. So if you want the right candidates for all your roles, ZipRecruiter is the place to go. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
See Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra. It's Philly sports put to music at Westchester University in Pittman, New Jersey, February 21st and 22nd.
Love the orchestra.
Joe's great. He encapsulates a Philly sports fan.
Oh, I love the music. I especially like the old songs from Philly.
The impressions of different voices.
That's Conklin and City Rhythm at Westchester University on Friday, February 21st. And at the Broadway Theater in Pittman, New Jersey, Saturday, February 22nd. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
joeconklin.com!
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
What's better than watching your hometown team? Watching the big game with your favorite hometown treat, Tasty Cake. Hey, Philadelphia, Ike Reese here. Our home team will be playing in New Orleans for the big game, and Tasty Cake is cheering them on as they fight to bring home another championship. As you prepare for the game on Sunday, make sure you're stocked up on your favorite Tasty Cake treats like Juniors, Crimpets, and Candy Cakes. Your crew will love enjoying their favorite Philly snacks as they cheer the team on to victory. Tasty Cake, accept no substitutes.
Hey, Southampton. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
All right, Dom Giordano's show. So it looks like Pete Hegseth and Sean Duffy have been traded to the Trump administration. And they got star player Lara Trump back. Lara Trump is now going to be hosting a 9 o'clock show on Saturday nights.
Fleeced.
On Fox. Okay, yes.
Fleeced.
We're breaking down the deal as we speak. Whether it will involve Luka or other players or Joel Embiid, we don't know yet. It's all out there. It's all flexible. All right, coming up, Matt Rooney, who was one of the questioners of the first big Republican debate last night, realized how important this is. We have to get the right person to be the nominee. If it is the right person, then I think it's a better than even shot that we're going to see a Republican governor, and one that has Trumpian backing here in New Jersey, as shocking as that is. That's all coming up in Dom's Money Melody. The side question, who's a very lucky person? 855-839-1210.
My son loves to fly kites, but my active psoriatic arthritis can sometimes hold me back. Now with Skyrizi to treat my skin and joints, I'm ready to go. Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults, helps with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. For those who also have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible with just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi today and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck, and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment, coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax, they know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit, 800-329-2121. 800-329-2121. 800-329-2121.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, he is with us. The guy that the Rooney Rule was named after. We were talking about the NFL the other day, and Matt Rooney's name came up. Is the Rooney Rule still in play? He also was a panelist last night, a questioner in the first big Republican debate. Also, he's the one that, I'm not sure if he still has it up at SaveJersey.com, the Phil Murphy party thing that made nationally. He was on Jesse Waters around it. The statements of Phil Murphy that had nothing to do with illegal people above his garage. So Matt joins us here on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Matt, good afternoon.
Thank God Stalker didn't use the real Rooney Rule when he was hiring Sunday night hosts, because I'm the whitest, most basic Irish guy you could ever meet.
Well, you're the architect of the rule, so he had to pretend, and he went through that. That's right. So, Matt, what was last night? This is so winnable, but we need the right person.
Yeah.
What was your major question of the four? What did you get to ask that you think was a core question?
Well, I tried anyway, right, Tom? And sometimes that's all you can do. I mean, you're as experienced an interviewer as anyone. And that's really what a debate is. It's an interview with four people that all want the same job all at once. I had the opportunity to pick from a bunch of topics, but you can't ask them all, so I asked three. I wanted to ask them about DEI and immigration because I think those are two extremely prominent topics right now for the Republicans that are going to be voting in the primary in June. And I also asked about the deep state because New Jersey had a deep state problem before the idea was popularized, right? We just had 5 New Jersey governors, 2 Republicans, 3 Democrats, huddled at a groundbreaking ceremony in South Jersey that was presided over by a guy who's under indictment for racketeering. What is that? And what are you, as a candidate, going to do to address it? They completely blew past that question. I wonder if maybe I hit a little too close to home there. The answers to my other 2 questions were a little bit better. I don't think anybody on the stage wants to keep New Jersey a sanctuary state. I don't think they're going to prioritize DEI. What I was really looking for, Dom, and I don't think we got yesterday, and this is my criticism, I wanted something that was more aspirational. And I'm not talking about fluff. But the last time we flipped the governorship in New Jersey, it was 2009, Chris Christie, a very different Chris Christie than one we have today. But I remember at the time, and I know you do too, Democrats, unaffiliated voters, they would say to me, Matt, we don't always agree with what he says, but we believe that he believes what he says and that he is a genuine change article. He's going to shake things up. That's what I think voters want in this environment. And I'm not saying there isn't someone on that stage that can be that person. In fact, I think that a few of them could be, but I just don't think that came through last night.
That is a great point. I mean, we know the Trump energy, we know all that, but we fear maybe the downside of that if they're linked with Trump by some, quote, moderate Democrat. And the antidote to that is if they are aspirational with some big ideas in a couple of areas, I'm going to do this that's popular, I think that inoculates you from all that other stuff.
Yeah, look, I mean, Donald Trump is way more popular in New Jersey today than he's been at any point since he entered the political arena. There was actually a poll recently that showed, I believe it was from Emerson Dom, that had him with a 2-point or 4-point gross higher approval rating than Phil Murphy. Think about that for a second, higher favorability for Trump than Murphy. But I've always thought, and I think you agree, I don't want to put words in your mouth, being pro-Trump has always been about more than just agreeing with one man on everything. It's an attitude towards government. It's a level of transparency that you bring to your public service and the public discourse. It's not about just doing a lame impression of one person. It's about emulating the spirit of America First and those, hey, listen, this is our government. It doesn't belong to the deep state, way of operating. And that's what we need more from these New Jersey Republican candidates. They played it kind of safe last night. They devolved into a lot of hyper-personal infighting, which this is Jersey. We're fine with sharp elbows, but it has to relate to something that people actually care about. And we got that at times, but at a lot of points we didn't. And I was tempted to grab a microphone at a couple points and hop up on stage, not because I'm so great, Dom, but I wanted it to go in a better direction.
Yeah, I love what you said there. Right. It seemed to be arguing over who's more Trumpian, and that'll come up, but evolving into things that are not really where people are. One of those, the biggest, is affordability. I don't know how the Democrats, Matt, but look at the state. Somehow or another, they've been able to do it. The Democrats are saying affordability, that's the issue. They're the ones that caused it. Their ideology will cause it again. How did that play out with Republicans? What did they say specifically about that?
So we got a pledge generally to not raise any taxes, Rich. Right. I mean, that should go without saying, and the state with the highest net tax burden of any in the country. So that was good. There was also discussion of the school funding formula, which drives your property taxes. They also got into affordable housing, which the way it works in Jersey, very long story short, there's a formula that's imposed by the Supreme Court. So our towns are constantly being forced to build affordable housing units, even when they don't need them. And we're already the state in the union that's closest to being overbuilt. So these are all the things that drive your property taxes, your taxes generally. And there's no doubt if you compare the two debates that Republicans substantively are far out ahead. The Democrats, part of the reason their debate, Tom, was a lot less contentious. They don't disagree on anything. They want the status quo. They like the status quo. That should be unacceptable to anybody paying attention.
Yeah. Now, one thing that I did pick up on, and I don't want to go too far with it, so I trust your judgment, is that Darren Spadia said they would bar transgender athletes from teams and facilities that don't align with their birth gender, prohibit so-called gender-affirming care, et cetera. But it doesn't seem this breakdown that Chettarelli particularly was all on board with that. He said, quote, I'm here to protect any and all groups, particularly marginalized groups, here in New Jersey, plain and simple.
Yeah, I mean, that's an answer generally, and most of the candidates' response to that question. I was a little disappointed. I've always thought simplicity is the appropriate remedy when the problem isn't complicated. We know what's going on here. Everyone should be treated with dignity, so long as they're not trying to transgress against your rights, right? Yeah. Your rights stop at the tip of my nose. But that doesn't mean that, especially for minors, we should be indulging something that's fantasy. We're humans aren't frogs. You can't change your gender. If you're an adult and you want to wear a dress at night and go clubbing and you're a man, knock yourself out, right? Free country, God bless America. But it shouldn't be controversial for all these candidates to just say leave kids out of it, especially with tax dollars, especially in the realm of public institutions, schools and libraries. You know, I just said that probably in about 30 seconds. Every candidate should have been able to say that. I don't even think what I just said, Dom, is controversial with most Democrats and unaffiliated, certainly those that have kids in their families.
And, Matt, that's why I worry. This is not a question that even in Jersey, I think that should put you behind the eight ball. This is an opportunity to jump into it and to talk about the rights of the others that are affected here while saying we're not going to be undignified in how we go about this. And don't even add any extraneous language of all this stuff. Just say it's a fairness principle. That's what we're calling the Women in Sports Act. Don't even get into the bathrooms and everything else. To me, the world of sports is a winner on this. It brings in people that might not follow politics, and they want to know when they hear the other side wants to do it. It happened in the Trump election. That's why they spent $40 million on it.
Well, you're right, Dom, and you make a brilliant point, because I think something Republicans all too often do poorly, but Donald Trump has begun to correct this. Yes, you have to speak to the head. We shouldn't manipulate people like Democrats, but that doesn't mean you shouldn't speak to the heart. So on that particular issue, it's not about trying to depossess somebody else or dispossess someone else of their rights. It's about protecting kids. I mean, I have a daughter, right? I mean, she has rights too. And I think when you lead with that, you're correct. It's unambiguously a winning issue, even in New Jersey, especially now as we transform into a swing state. I'm sure you saw the voter registration numbers, Dom, from the last month. Mm-hmm. It's massive. It's massive. We're turning.
Oh, it is without a doubt. And with Scott Presler there and the wins are at the back, just the right candidate is going to make it this time. So, Matt, what is it that Murphy is trying to do here? And has he been thwarted? He's sending a signal out through his guy. Well, maybe he really doesn't have someone there. I think he was trying to suck Homan into this, and maybe the woman is marginally not supposed to be here, and then say that's what Trump is. They're haters. They're going after everybody.
Well, right. So there's not a good explanation here, right? That's the easy way to say it. I mean, either the governor's Jussie Smollett, and he completely manufactured something, which is sick, or he has someone living there that he shouldn't, or had them there and he was breaking federal law. Or I think what you just said is maybe he was being creative with how he described their status, and in so doing could have set up a dangerous conversation between our men and women in blue in the New Jersey State Police and federal authorities. And this is a guy who, like many liberals, they light candles every January 6th. That's their high holy day, right? The insurrection was the most horrendous thing that they've ever seen. That's how they describe it. So, I mean, what were you just doing, Phil, by trying to set up a dangerous confrontation between your state's police force and federal authorities? That could have resulted in bloodshed. I don't think it's hyperbole to say so.
Sorry to interrupt, but for what you're saying there, I didn't even think about that. You're indicating go and try to do it. It's not just Phil Murphy standing there. He would have maybe had the state police standing there and saying you can't enter. My God. Oh, yeah, the state police guard his mansion just the same as the Secret Service guard the White House. So how about those poor guys and gals? They were put in harm's way. I'm sure they really appreciate that. They already don't like the man. Now they have another reason. I can't imagine having to protect him and the wife every day. Oh, my God. It just it is an endless thing. So, Matt, good work last night. What are you working on next? What are we going to hear on Sunday? What's on your mind this week? Thank you, sir. So normally what we do on the Matt Rooney Show this week is we would do a deep dive on the debate. However, we took a poll because we believe in democracy, right? And we decided, you know what, it's Super Bowl Sunday. Matt Rooney Show airs during the Super Bowl. We're growing by leaps and bounds. We're still not as big as the NFL, Dom, especially when the Eagles are playing. I think had the Eagles lost, then I probably would have said, the heck with it. We don't want to watch it anyway. Let's have a show. So we're on a 1-week hiatus, but we'll return the following week. We'll recap the New Jersey gubernatorial debate. It really is one of the biggest stories in the country this year, even if you're not in New Jersey, because if we can win that race,
anything is possible. It's always preceded, Victory, New Jersey, has always preceded big national moments, the Tea Party Revolution, the 94 Revolution. We have to make sure 25 is the same.
Absolutely. Matt, SaveJersey.com is the one stop to go. Thank you, Matt. Have a good Super Bowl watching.
Thank you, my friend. Go Birds.
All right, thank you, Matt. Matt Rooney here on Talk Radio 1210. Let me go. Let me take a couple more on the side question today. Who's lucky? That's what we're looking for here. The great Joe of Exton. Joe, who's lucky?
Yes, hello, Don. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Joe.
Joe, we can't hear you.
Can't hear you, Joe.
Joe.
Joe? All right, I'll put you on hold, Joe. We have a little problem there. We'll come back to you. Bill and Bucks, Talk Radio 1210. You get some of the music, Bill. Hi, Bill. Welcome in.
Oh, hi there, Tom.
Yes, Bill.
We got Evel Knievel.
Oh, yeah? Very lucky that he lived through a lot of that. As you know, I interviewed him and called him Mr. Knievel, and he was a great interview. But, yeah, he did survive for quite a long period of time. A lot of luck, yeah, a lot of skill, but broke every bone in his body. All right, we'll get back to Joe and
Should
some
be good
others.
now if you wanted him.
Okay, let's try Joe now. I don't know if I agree with him that this guy was lucky, though. Joe, who's your pick today?
Yes. Captain Sullenberger lands his commercial airplane on the Hudson River in the middle of Manhattan with no catastrophe and no loss of life.
Joe, you see, you're hitting home here to me. You may be right. It may have been an element of luck. I just believe this guy's so good, I would fly with him anywhere. So I try to see, he knew he was going to do it all the time, but you're probably more in touch with reality on that. It is pretty audacious. Thank you, Joe.
I mean, luck is when preparation meets opportunity.
Right.
So
Exactly.
you're talking about a guy who's super experienced as a pilot, finally got faced
Right.
with the opportunity, like, oh, I got to do something, and he pulled that off.
Yeah,
perfectly.
it's the boldness of saying, no, I'm not going to kid myself. We're not going to make it to the airport. So the Hudson's right down there. That's what we're going to do.
Really thought you were going to say luck is a lady tonight there.
Oh, thank you. Yes. Mr. Tom Jones, always lucky. Sir
quite.
Tom Jones.
It's Dom. Money Melody.
All right, that is right. And today we're playing for a 4-pack of tickets to the Atlantic City Boat Show in partnership with Progressive Insurance at the Atlantic City Convention Center, February 28th through March 2nd. For more information and tickets, visit acboatshow.com.
Yeah, Dom, today we're remembering the breakup of Emerson, Lake and Palmer today on this date, so we thought we'd ask for a Lucky Man. And, because their song, Lucky Man, well, if we got a whole side question centered around the song, why not play off the song for Money Melody as well? So, Dom, today we have a cover in a different language of ELP's Lucky Man. We want to know what language this is being sung in. 2 quick clues. National animal is a wolf, and they're the biggest producers of kiwis on their continent. Take a listen.
Ai cavalli e donne a dozzine vestite di seta vogliono starti vicini. Oh, ma che lucky man che sei.
We want to know, Dom, what language this cover's being sung in today.
All right, hit us with that, and you're off to the Atlantic City Boat Show. A little bit more on Phil Murphy. Matt said something there really interesting about this whole despicable thing he's involved in. 855-839-1210. 855-839-1210. You get in on Talk Radio 1210.
Rivestono il letto su cui sei adagiato. Oh, ma che lucky man che sei.
If this cold winter weather hasn't convinced you to replace your drafty, inefficient windows and doors, then maybe my good friends at Guided Door and Window can help you by extending their biggest discounts of the year through the end of February. If you haven't taken advantage of Guida's big winter sale, here's another chance to do so by getting 40% off every window and door you buy. That's 40% off each expertly installed energy-efficient replacement window, which also includes free high-performance low-E glass, and 40% off any high-quality door, including insulated entry doors, sliding patio doors, garage doors, and storm doors. And you can buy now and pay later with Guida's interest-free financing for up to 12 months. Act now. This offer is until the end of February, so don't let this final chance for big savings pass you by. If your home needs new windows and doors, call the experts at Guida today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
Local news can come at you fast. Want the latest on what's happening in your backyard? Download the free Odyssey app. Follow your local news station, and you'll get alerts on the top stories making headlines in your city. You can stay in the know, no matter what you're up to, and be among the first to find out when news breaks. Plus, keep tabs on weather and traffic, so you're never caught off guard. To get started, download the Odyssey app. That's AUDACY, and follow your local news station.
Keep free speech alive. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
It's Dom Money Melody.
Where has all the money gone? Show me the money.
That's exactly right. All right, Emerson, Lake and Palmer, Lucky Man, and then Dan takes it to the language zone. What were those clues again, Dan?
Yes, Dom, this country's national animal is a wolf, and it's the largest producer of kiwis on its continent.
All right, let's go to Andy.
Oh, you got to hear the clue first.
Oh, I'm sorry.
For those
yes,
who just tuned in, yes.
Right, yeah.
Take a listen.
Tuoi cavalli e donne a dozzine vestite.
All right, let's go to Andy. He's in an unusual location. The car here on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Andy, in the car. What's your guess?
Oh, well, I have several in mind. I'm going to go with my first choice. It's a wild-ass guess, even though I am a giant ELP fan. My wild-ass guess is New Zealand.
Not New Zealand,
I
no.
would have guessed that. New Zealand always speaks English, don't they? I guess there's a...
They're just called the Kiwis, affectionately.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I think it's English.
Nothing to do with the fruit.
Yeah, it's nothing to do with it. Yeah. Let's go to Richard in Mount Laurel on Talk Radio 1210. Whoops. Lost Richard. He must have thought maybe another clue here, Dan.
Yeah.
Everyone online just hung up.
Yeah, that's what it seems like it just happened there.
All right, 855-839-1210.
Yeah, so wolf, national animal, biggest producer of the kiwi fruit, and Dom, 3 active volcanoes, and the only country in its continent, once again, to have volcanoes.
Huh. All right. Let's hear a little bit more. I don't know. People seem to have given up. They seem flummoxed now. It doesn't happen. It is
I don't know what the heck happened there.
Yeah, okay. All right. Let's take them off air then, since 855-83. Make a guess. No harm, no foul on this. Just jump on board.
Ooh, I like that I stumped him, I think. Let's say a highly prevalent love both in New Jersey and Philadelphia and this region for this country.
Yeah.
There's
a lot of good clues. Somebody
a lot of love for this country on this program itself.
There you go. All right, we'll take it when we get a winner here. You think it's a winner? Matt Rooney just made a great point in this ongoing saga with this despicable governor, right? Does he have a woman there that he went on with this? Is he being fanciful? And I didn't think about it when we talked about it. The state police would be there. Is that what he's referencing? Try to come and get it. A showdown of the state police and the federal. I mean, imagine being in law enforcement. You got to put up with this guy. You got to protect him and all of his antics. And then if Homan showed up, they'd have to go through the state police. And I guess they'd have the head of the state police would have to be there to say, you cannot come into this ground. We protect the governor or something. My God. Great point by Mac. As far as provoking possible injury to all kinds of people here. And what's Homan supposed to do then? Just say, all right, never mind, we're going to go away? Of course they have authority if the woman's here illegally. 855-839-1210.
I feel so awesome. I got it finally. No one gets this, Dom. It's great. It's all this country's slightly larger than the state of Arizona.
All right.
Its flag is based on the strawberry tree. Strawberry tree, not the bush, but the strawberry tree. Yeah.
All right. All right. When we get a guest, I'll go to. Let me go to Scott in Mount Laurel next. Hello, Scott. Afternoon.
Hey, guys. I'll tell you, earlier when I was hearing that lady defending the NEA and Department of Education by saying you're taking the money out of the children's mouths and giving it to the billionaires. First of all, the money is being wasted and at best and hurting children at worst with these ridiculous policies. But the other thing is, we're not going to spend the money somewhere else. We're going to stop borrowing as much. We want to save money.
Well, to that point, Republicans are blocking this idea of having Elon Musk testify, Scott. I would love to have him testify because I think he would lay out for a half hour the ridiculous spending, and the American people hear this stuff, they're going to go nuts.
Yeah, I think it's odd. We hear about it all the time. We kind of laugh and roll our eyes and nothing ever happens. But the entitlement mentality of these, the NEA and people like that, oh, hey, this money is there and it's going to be spent and we want our share and we're going to fight tooth and nail because, we deserve it. This is our job to do, I think one of the ladies said.
Yeah, to spend our money. Yeah, absolutely right.
Yeah, on their bogus agenda that doesn't even help anybody.
So what's your side question today, Scott?
I had a funny one, but then I went to this and then listened to all the serious ones. I wanted to switch to a funny one, but I'll go with the one I gave to Hank there. There was an Angola train crash. It was a train out of Cleveland all the way up to New York, and there was a young guy who was supposed to get on it. His bag got on it, but he didn't make it on, and that was a lucky guy, John Rockefeller.
Wow. John.
And after that, he felt that his life had this special purpose, like that God had spared him for some particular reason.
That's a driver when you think that. Thank you, Scott, very much. All right, we do have a winner here. You want to put the caller on there, Dan?
No, it doesn't want to come on air, but we do have a winner. It's Maggie. Maggie's a win-in. She came in from Bucks County, Dom.
Right.
I don't know what clue it was, but again, those clues that we have. Biggest producer of kiwi fruit in the continent being Europe. Also, the only country to have active volcanoes in Europe, 3 of them. Strawberry tree flag, that being red, white, and green. Dom, it's getting a little bit narrower, just a little bit bigger than the state of Arizona, and a lot of ties here to New Jersey, Philadelphia. Dom, the language being Italian.
Right. Doesn't sound Italian to me. Now, it's because of the tenor of the song, maybe. You know what I mean? No, I heard a little bit there. Yeah. Still sounds more Spanish.
It does. Well, it's Latin. It's all the same sounds.
Yeah. All right, so almost stumping them forever on something that was Italian. We'll have it again tomorrow at about 2:13. All right, so we've had a lot of stuff. We have Victoria Coates on, who was just brilliant today, but she thinks the plan would be to take people out of Gaza. I think that's problematic, that you're going to get them willingly or unwillingly to go. We have leverage over these countries, but for years they don't want them because of what they would do in those countries like Jordan and Egypt. Then the next step would be to de-radicalize them, and that might take years. Meanwhile, you're developing Gaza. There's going to be a lot of issues for that to come anywhere near being set off. But it does open up, okay, we're not going to do the same thing again. That part I get. We can't do the same thing here. This is endless. President Trump, in about half hour, will be signing the Fairness in Women's Sports Act. And again, the stuff that goes on in schools and all that, it's one thing. But the sporting part of this is just outrageous to hear anybody that they possibly could be on the other side. But Phil Murphy, can you imagine the state police being forced to protect his mansion with the feds there after they checked out this alleged woman? How in the world does a state elect this guy twice? I mean, we've been through this so many times with Jersey. And the issue of affordability. My theory on it, and I think it's just a common sense theory, how do they get away with this stuff? Because people want to be in a place like Jersey. It has place, it has the music, the culture, the food, all those drive, the accent, all those driving forces. And if you grew up there, you'd want to be there. You don't want to go to someplace else. And they know that. So as many people as move out, they still have something there that people really want. And they continue to regulate and tax and go down that path. And the Democrat primary this week, they were doubling down on exactly the same things that went on during the national election. So a Republican should win this without a doubt. I know I have people that email me that they're suspect. They don't want a wimpy Republican candidate who thinks they'll wimp their way to victory here. So this argument, two of the Republican candidates said, yeah, they're going to stop this transgender nonsense in sports particularly. Two others did not. I just think that's a big mistake. And when we get them on, I'll bring that up. This is the time to go back and forth over this. RFK Jr., we're waiting on the confirmation vote of the entire Senate. Should happen in the very near future. Not sure about this week. 855-839-1210. More calls coming up. We'll have a winner today. We've had some great answers. Someone who is lucky. That's what we're looking for. Let's talk about Diane Cardano for a moment. You know, if you're thinking about putting your home up for sale in 2025 or making the preliminary steps, the market isn't what it used to be, Diane says. Raising interest rates, pickier buyers, and changing home values make it tougher than ever. That's why you need an expert who knows the real estate market inside and out, someone who gets results and has. Diane's been on with me 10, 11, 12 years, something like that. You can talk to Diane Cardano-Casaccio of Cardano Realtors, the agent of choice for home sellers who want top dollar and a stress-free experience. Diane knows how market affects your home's value. The smart upgrades, brilliant at this, that will get the highest return, what buyers demand in 2025, how to make them compete for your home, how to sell fast without costly mistakes. Diane doesn't do fluff, just real strategies that always work. Call Diane today to get a free signed copy of her new book, Model Home Mindset, and learn how to sell smarter. To get an appointment or get the book, call now at 215-576-8666 or talk with Diane at dianescalendar.com.
It will be a dry day today under mainly cloudy conditions. High temperature up around 38. For tonight, a winter weather advisory goes in effect. Some snow, sleet, and freezing rain overnight, according to an inch possible with a low near 30. And for Thursday, some early morning freezing rain changing over to plain rain with a high 42.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our U.S.-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing.
The following heartwarming yet informative scene is brought to you by Trust and Will.
Son, your grandpa and I used to work on this car together, and when I'm gone, I want you to have it.
Wow. Thanks, Dad. Doesn't count. What you need is a will. Luckily, Trust and Will makes it easy. Designed by attorneys, but customized by you can easily create a state-specific, legally valid document that actually counts. Now, let's let the engine do the talking, am I right? Start your will at trustandwill.com. Use offer code COUNT for 10% off and make it count. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. For details, see trustandwill.com.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Inflation, recession, interest rates, the Fed. How do you make sense of it all? Join Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sundays at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
By registering for the next Crash Proof Retirement educational event, you'll see real statements from Crash Proof Retirement clients documenting how the exclusive Crash Proof Retirement system credits double-digit interest returns, even during the worst of recent stock market downturns.
Rob Lukens, Birdsboro, Pennsylvania. During COVID, when everything was going down in the stock market, we saw our investment with Crash Proof grow 15%, which was unheard of. Markets weren't growing that way. The interest we made through Crash Proof's investments, we keep it. We don't lose anything. We keep every penny that we invested. The worst that's going to happen is you keep your money. Crash Proof gives me great peace of mind. And I would recommend anybody who sees this or hears this to give Crash Proof a call. Pick the phone up, call. It's simple.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Springfield Country Club on February 25th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Now back to the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
This is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
All right, big news. Pam Bondi has just been in the office, confirmed a little bit, and she has just ordered the DOJ to stop funding sanctuary cities. Stop funding cities like Philadelphia. Now, we'll break this down for you. In the past, we've seen some tepid attempts at this at these sanctuary cities, and Philadelphia is one of them. Jersey is a sanctuary state. Why have they failed? Well, they failed in the past. People were making some kind of move. I think it was Jeff Sessions. And, after a legal battle, when you'll have people demanding this, they caved in and they went forward with the funding. I think Pam Bondi and the Trump administration is going to fight this out. And this is big news. This is the only way to stop these people. Do not give them the money. Take away every dollar that you can from places like Philadelphia. And we have a mayor right now who is not, like Jim Kenney, is not wanting to fight this to the death on the sanctuary city thing. I'm not saying she can capitulate, though, with this first shot. But Pam Bondi's she was in the Oval Office, it seemed like a half hour ago, just announced that they are taking away funding. She's directed the Department of Justice to take away funding from sanctuary cities. And Jersey, you're the entire state. And Philadelphia would be a great test case here. Dan, if you see anything more on that.
Yeah, I'm looking for the audio now.
In the past, there seemed to be movement, and you have something. Okay, let's hear it.
These criminals made one very big mistake. They wound up in Polk County. And I'll tell you.
I'm sorry, this is an order.
It's
but
bad enough
Okay, that's right.
Yeah, I'll find you something here.
I'm trying to go back on the spot here as far as why this didn't work before. I remember some tepid movement by Jeff Sessions. I had him on. He was here in Philadelphia around this, about taking away the money, and then it seemed like they capitulated. They didn't follow through on it from sanctuary cities. All right. And what money are we talking about? I'm just reading the headline here as just directed the DOJ to stop funding sanctuary cities. I guess that means for whatever federal legal expenses are involved there. I'm not sure what else she can do from the Department of Justice, whatever it is. You will see now an all-out battle over this. Now we're talking. Deporting these people is one thing. You take away money from these blue cities that have to exist by all this federal government largesse. and you are really striking a blow. She's been in the office now, confirmed, for just a brief period of time. So, Dan, you can interrupt. You find anything on this? As I remember, this was talked about before, but we haven't. This is big. Even if it seems to be, why can't we just wave a magic wand and stop them by taking away every federal money? I don't know that it can be done that way. And this is the area to strike that she has the power over. So I'm hoping this starts a chain effect here where some of these sanctuary cities are, if they don't completely renounce it, are going to, at least behind the scenes, not be as wild about it. Now, I haven't seen what Jersey said. The entire state sanctuary, so is California, I guess. I guess they're saying we'll fight this in court. Well, I don't know that you have to give them the money while that's going on. I think that's what the Trump people may do. So that's fine. You can go to court. We're not sending you the money based upon what they're doing with the USAID. All right, let's go.
So she spoke for about a minute and a half when she got her confirmation, and it was just, thanking Trump and saying that she wants to make America safe. She did not mention this specific issue. I think this was done mostly behind closed doors. And yeah.
All right, but if you take a look, Dan, see what they did under Sessions. I remember him trying to do it, and it failed. They gave up on it. I'm not sure why. That's what I'm trying to remember, the exact reason why. But this is a big day, certainly here, moving on this. Let's go to Orrin in Cherry Hill. Orrin's on Talk Radio 1210. Orrin, good afternoon.
Hey, good afternoon. I'm an Israeli American. I want to talk about Gaza, but I also wanted to talk about Darren Beatty. This is a guy that the Trump administration threw out the first time for having close ties to white supremacists, and then now they put him right back into the administration. Why does Trump love Nazis and white supremacists?
You know what, buddy? Look. Let me just be as clear as I can, Orrin. If you wanted to come on and say something about this guy, I know of him, Undersecretary. I think he's a questionable pick. I said that then, I'll say it now. Don't tell the screeners something else that you want to talk about and then come on. It just annoys other people that really want to just be straightforward about what they're talking about. Okay? Just do that. So I answered on this. Let's go to the Earl of Tacony on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Earl, welcome in.
Hey, Dom. Yeah, hard to believe. 4.5 years of performing in public, and I still get stage fright. I was not real happy with yesterday's song, so I didn't know if you wanted a song about Guantanamo Bay today or not.
Yeah, I guess so. Sure. Why not, Earl?
Okay, a little Bobby Bloom. Illegal cross the border on one sunny day, spreading rape and murder across the USA. They arrested him and locked him up, put him away. He thought that in the United States is where he'd stay. Oh, no. Oh, Donald Trump is sending him to Guantanamo Bay.
Very nice, Earl.
Your best, Earl.
Yeah.
I'll give like a 6 out of 10 on that one, Earl.
Okay. Earl, don't listen to him. It's hard to do on the phone. I'm your biggest rooter, not Dan anymore. He let you down there. It's tough to do.
Honesty is the best policy, Dom.
All right, I hear you. It wasn't his strongest, I would agree, but it was good.
It's good.
Earl,
good.
Who's your lucky person?
Oh, Dave's so upset because I called him out yesterday. But
okay.
Anyway,
okay.
True.
I'm going to go a little outside the box. I did have a woman who survived 3 disasters, and after hearing the Selleck answer, it's like, well, I can't compete against that. So I decided I'm going to go outside the box. I'm going to go with Rush Limbaugh. I mean, he was a morning radio shock jock in Pittsburgh, got fired from all of his jobs, quit radio because he thought he was doing so poorly at it. Ended up doing morning shows in Sacramento, wasn't really going anywhere, doing anything. And then his lucky break hit. Morton Downey Jr. insulted an Asian councilwoman in California and refused to apologize and got fired. And Rush Limbaugh took over the afternoon show. So he had his morning audience. He grabbed the afternoon audience, really started to build a following in Sacramento, got the attention of Roger Ailes, ended up being picked as Roger Ailes' pick for his new national conservative radio show, and the rest is history. He became, the legend that he is today. Not from lack of skill, but he just had that one lucky break where he doubled his audience and just went from there.
Thank you, Earl. I think it was John McLaughlin, to be truthful, not Roger Ailes on Rush, though. Because I remember that was the first real syndicated show that worked. All right. So Pam Bondi has ordered the Department of Justice to pause federal funding for sanctuary cities. This directive comes as part of the broader policy moves to enforce immigration laws more rigorously. This action, here's the key, targets 220 cities, thank you, Dan, identified as sanctuaries, affecting the financial allocations from federal sources. Okay? Yeah, thanks. Stan gave me this. I remember it was a rainy day. I had Sessions on. He was in town. And a federal judge has again rebuked the administration's efforts to pressure.
This was a story, Don, back from 2018.
With Sessions, right. I don't see the date, but that's first administration. The ruling from Michael Bailon in Philadelphia District Court laid the groundwork for even more rulings that further limited what administration can do to punish sanctuary cities, a key priority. Going further to any date in using a Supreme Court decision to rule an existing federal law unconstitutional. Well, here's the thing. The Supreme Court has changed. And will the Supreme Court now rule that the federal government can't take away money from 220 cities and states that are violating federal law, violating the law of the land? So it's not a layup that tomorrow Philadelphia is going to see this funding taken away. It might take a while to get to the Supreme Court, but if the Supreme Court is wise, they would rule on this within the next 6 months at least. It's a big shot, though, as her first big move, Pam Bondi directing them not to do it. And if a judge now says, well, we're directing you to do it, we're going to see what happens here. Supreme Court's got to get involved on this. This is what America wants. Look, we're saying this. You want to have a sanctuary city. You want to continue this. Knock yourself out. But guess what? You're not getting the money. And as I understand this, it means any federal money. Just imagine the people running in the streets in Philadelphia. No federal money. If the Supreme Court rules this is constitutional. Sessions didn't have either the heart and the Supreme Court backing, I guess, at that point. But this administration does. This is one you got to win. This is one that is the winner of winners. You take away that money, you force them to have to give this up. It's all worth it right there. And I think this could happen. Way to go, Pam Bondi. Those that said Matt Gaetz, can you imagine? No, it's Pam Bondi. Not even, 30 seconds in a job. Bang, right on it. All right, Lightning Round is next on Talk Radio 1210.
Walter Sterling.
I have been in some very official meetings where I've looked at my phone and they think I'm looking at my email or my texts. No, I'm looking at my birds. They're the birds. But if there's a squirrel, I'll start to yell at the squirrel. The squirrel does not move. Nothing gets the squirrels to move.
Sterling. Every damn night. Sunday through Friday nights at 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com.
What's better than watching your hometown team? Watching the big game with your favorite hometown treat, Tasty Cake. Hey, Philly, this is John Ritchie. Our home team will be playing in New Orleans for the big game, and Tasty Cake is cheering them on as they fight to bring home another championship. As you prepare for the game, make sure you're stocked up on your favorite Tasty Cake treats like Juniors, Crimpets, and Candy Cakes. Your crew will love enjoying their favorite Philly snacks as they cheer the team on to victory. Tasty Cake, except no substitutes.
Success is picking up extra shifts for your family. Now you want to be the boss. Success is getting your foot in the door. Now you want to take the next step. Success looks different to everyone, and University of Maryland Global Campus can help you reach your goals. And there's never been a better time to get started on your future. Apply by February 12th and save with no application fee. As an accredited state university, UMGC has been transforming lives for over 75 years. With more than 135 undergraduate and graduate degrees and certificates, online and hybrid courses, personalized support, financial resources, and lifetime career services, achieving your dreams is more possible than ever before. Choose the program that's right for your career goals and get started on your next success. Get your application fee waived through February 12th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
It's the Money Melody.
Where has all the money gone?
Show me the money.
Well, we're a little confused here. It's a side question today. I don't know what happened. Little bollocks. Just a little bit more before we go to the lightning round, though.
The time has come for the final test.
We usually call it the lightning round.
All right, I'm reading
Why
here.
do I always do that?
I'm reading here from how Philadelphia defended with one Jim Kenney dancing the Sanctuary City song against Sessions. Going to be a lot tougher with Bondi in the Supreme Court now. Kenney in the court brief wrote, as you know, the city welcomed immigrants long before I was ever mayor. Immigrants are the key to the success of Philadelphia. The lawsuit refers to Philadelphia's vibrant immigrant community as a vital part of its workforce, says the city has adopted policies that seek to foster trust between the immigrant population and city officials and employees. As a rule, Philadelphia officers do not ask residents about their immigration status.
A sanctuary city.
There you go. Remember that? Now, Mayor Parker has not done that. Just think of how groundbreaking this will be if this goes to the Supreme Court, which I predict it will, just sooner, hopefully, rather than later. And they win. You have 220 of these cities, 220 now, and states, Jersey, California, I don't know how many others, that are sanctuary city states. Are they really going to say then, we're still going to continue with this even if we don't get federal money? Picture Philadelphia, places like this. Picture Camden. Picture any of them, if that were a possibility. And it is now. All right, let's go to the lightning round. Let's go to Joe in Bordentown. Joe, you're on Talk Radio 1210. Hi, Joe.
Hi. First of all, I consider myself lucky to have discovered you after Dennis Miller stopped doing his radio show.
Well, Joe, I appreciate that very much. Thank you to Dennis Miller, too. He does a good show. I appreciate it.
My answer would be Roy Sullivan, a park ranger from Virginia that was struck by lightning 7 times.
Yeah,
and carried water with him to put his hair out.
Thank you, Joe. You think he would stay?
Bad idea.
Would have stayed inside. I'm looking at this woman, Dan, Julianne Kopechki, sucked out of an airplane after it was struck by lightning, fell over 2 miles to the ground, still strapped to her plane seat and lived. Endured a 9-day walk, though, through the Amazon jungle before being rescued. She was the sole survivor of this flight.
Wow. We have an answer like that on the board
here. Yeah, I know. Yeah, so that, well, I think she's got to be pretty resilient, too. Lucky, yes, but resilient. Walking, right. Robert of Ben Salem on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Robert, afternoon.
Hey, Dom, Dan, good to talk to you guys today. And I don't think Sully was lucky. Sully was good, but I would say his passengers were lucky. So that might have been a better answer.
Yeah, see, I don't want to despoil the fact. I love the boldness of this guy. I'm just going to land on the Hudson. Imagine a co-pilot. Oh, my God.
You did kind of lead into my answer, I guess.
Okay.
That would be the Serbian stewardess, Vesna Vukovic, I believe. who fell 33,000 feet in a plane that disintegrated in the air in the tail section, wedged between the wall and the serving cart, and she survived 6.5 miles. She wanted to fly again after that, but they wouldn't let her. But she stayed on the job for the airline and lived to 66 years old. You know, that's pretty lucky, I think. But I think also Chip's answer really hit home, too. So
I was thinking of Robert. I was thinking of you when he said that, without a doubt. Yeah,
you guys have a great day, all right?
Thank you, Robert. Jose in Feasterville on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Jose, what do you have today?
How you doing, sir? I have a person that's possibly luckiest and unluckiest. His name is Tsutomu Yamaguchi. I believe he survived both atomic bombs and was part of both atomic bombs.
Both Hiroshima and Nagasaki?
Yeah,
oh, my God.
Correct, right? Yes, sir.
Yeah, he like
yes,
took a
I also had a question, if possible, sir.
Yes, go right ahead.
I was curious. So if they're going to be contesting the withholding of funding from the DOJ for sanctuary cities, if I'm not mistaken, there should be some sort of legal fees for contesting that. Is that coming from federal funding or local? If it's local, shouldn't taxpayers be aware of what kind of BS, I don't know if I can say that, that we're funding? And if it's federal, if they're withholding the money, how are they going to pay for it?
Well, it would be the city, that what they pay their attorneys, and they probably get outside attorneys on this, and there'll be a national group that will do this. So,
it'd be taxpayers that don't want it, and then they're going to have to pay for it.
Exactly right. Yeah, but it's a different world now in that the Supreme Court is different, Jose, than the last time with this, telling me I think the Supreme Court would rule, yes, the federal government can enforce the law through this mechanism. Thanks for that first-time call. That was a very good...
Might be up there with Carmen as the best first-time call we've ever had.
Nobody can top that. That's... No, the guy that Blazing Jesse.
Oh, Blazing Jesse.
Blazing Jesse calling in. I'm trying to think of a guy first-time call that may have done it. Well, then there's the great Quentin Tarantino, his first-time call, and he wasn't even calling me, and I put him on.
Great question from Jose.
Oh, yeah, that's a great question. Henry, who did you like today?
Yeah, the ones we took. I mean, Chip and Egg Harbor with the adopted kids. I mean, obviously it hits home with there. And I like the last answer there of Jose and Feasterville.
I like that too.
Because that guy, he got nuked on Friday, took the weekend off, and then was like, yeah, I'll go to Nagasaki. And then that Monday.
And lived at both.
Dan, you got to make a decision here. I'm both ways.
Well, I have three, Dom. Frano Selleck from Dave in Oakland. Train crash, plane crash, bus crash, car crash, bus again, car again, hit the lottery. Joe in Columbus, friend on 9/11 who went to a daughter's first day of school instead of to work. And on my list, I think he's got to be the winner, man. Chip in Little Lake Harbor Township talking about how lucky adopted kids are to have their adopted parents.
I like the last one a lot, the first-time call. I hope he calls again. That is amazing, but you know what? I got to go with Chip.
Yeah.
That was such a moving call. I can't even imagine that feeling around that. So thank you, Chip. Yeah, it was a magical moment. Wow, we're already headed towards the OE time, and then tomorrow we'll see how this lands with the issue of take away the money. There'll be lawsuits after lawsuits. Supreme Court got to get involved, and it shouldn't take years. Come on, let's do it in 2025. And I bet they go maybe 5-4, 6-3, maybe, saying, yeah, you got to follow the law of Philadelphia. Take that, Jim Kenney, and your sanctuary city dance. You want to pay for it, buddy? That's the guy I'd love to have on this stand. That'd be all time. Henry, get on that. Get Jim Kenney in studio tomorrow. He can do the dance on YouTube. Richie always next. It's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now